How is Code Vein 2? You know, the first game I don't really know what to think of, because while there was some stuff about it that I really liked. Like overall I would say I enjoyed my time playing it, but I didn't finish it though, you know. And I'm not sure. I can't even necessarily put into words like what it was that that kept me from coming back to it, you know. But all right, let's talk about well, I don't know, we can chat for a second, you know. I feel like the camera turned this way. I feel like I'm not in the center of the camera anymore. I'm a little bit, yeah, I probably bumped it at some point. I did play Expedition 33. Yes, it was literally phenomenal. Like it was so good. Yeah. Best game I've played in a while. I loved every aspect of it, from gameplay to soundtrack to characters. You know, both the story and the writing. Am I playing Resident Evil 9 on stream? So I have not played any Resident Evil game past 5. And for a long time I said I am interested in 7. But then I realized, you know what? I'm kind of interested in 6. I feel like 6 is probably fun. I feel like 6 is probably a fun video game, but because it's the style of Resident Evil game that was very like rejected at the time that it came out, sort of. I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Resident Evil is such a complicated series because 1 through 3 are fantastic. 4 is one of the best games ever made. 4 is like top 10 best games ever made. However, the fact that it was so good and so successful, while also being such a departure that it's basically a different franchise, a different series, it kind of like ruined the series in a way, where then 5 went even further in the direction that 4 went, in a way that was too much, and was pretty well disliked by fans. However, it was also, once again, the most successful, right? Like, RE5, I believe, sold more than 4, you know? And so they were like, oh, that's how we do it. So then 6 was even further, like, in that action direction. However, here's the thing, is that, in 4, there tends to be a phenomenon where, like, the sales of one particular game doesn't necessarily reflect itself so much as it reflects the previous entry. You know what I mean? So, like, because 4 was such a good game, that boosted the sales of 5 a lot, you know? And then because 5 was so not good, or so less good, that really impacted the sales of 6. 6, for all we know, could be better than 5. And I say for all we know because I haven't played it. But, you know, it certainly probably sold less because of 5. But yeah, anyway, what are we talking about? And yeah, Rizzuto, yes, I forgot to mention that my whole playthrough is on that archive channel, yes. Mrs. Dash, thank you for resubscribing. And will there be more Kingsfield? Oh yeah, I'll be back to Kingsfield. That game is awesome. And yeah, Resident Evil 1 was my favorite of the Resident Evils. I like 1 the most. I'm very into like new, original, and you know, games where it's like, boom, we're breaking new ground. 2 is really good, but you know. Original or remake? I like the original, but the remake is really good. The remake is like, you know, basically the best remake ever, you know. Guten Abend, TKJ. Welcome, willkommen. All right, we have let's kind of get into what we're talking about today. Anger Cat, thanks for subscribing. We have a new world record speedrun of FF7 on the PC version. So this is no warps. This is using the new skip and all that. So let's have a look here. Whoa! Oh, jeez. Sorry, magic was not in the right spot for me to bring my keyboard tray up to me. Okay. Oh, there we go. Do we have a release date for the new PC version? I don't think so, but I mean, we can give it a shot. If we type in Final Fantasy VII, we can see if like there's any more news or January 29th. No, there doesn't seem to be any new news because it wouldn't be like in here or anything, right? Wait, why did the hype train just start on that felt like it was delayed. Not even sure if there's going to be a simultaneous release with the consoles. Well, I think it is the console version. So our assumption is that the version that's coming to Steam is going to be the version that's already on PS5. And the PC version of that has already been established via the Windows version. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. Oh, magic is on the move. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, let's get to what we're talking about here. So, on the leaderboard here, we've got a couple runs that are on PC, no warps, right? Oh, I got to the wrong scene here. There it is. Grey Wolf. Thank you for resubscribing. So we've got a couple runs that are on this board here. 50746 from 2 months ago. Wait a second. 50730, 50746. But this new one is 505. Yeah. Okay. So for a while, Albert Strife, thank you for subscribing. Thank you. So PC without wrong warps is basically the equivalent of PlayStation any percent, right? PlayStation any percent, where we do the new big skip. That is if you were to run PC and not do wrong warps. Danger Valentine, thank you for subscribing. Jeez, we are popping off this morning. So we got Zergu. Had the non-turbo record, and I had the turbo record from 9 months ago. So 9 months ago, I got this turbo record, and just the other day, Zergu beat the record. Matt over yonder, thank you for resubscribing. Sheesh. So there we go. That's the news. And so we are going to take we're going to check a look at this at this new record. So real quick, let's get downloading it so that I can watch it in a better format. So YTDLP, boom, boom. All right, we got 1080p 60 is that's the only option. And then send that to the SRC submissions. Yeah, I don't think I have to do anything else with it. Not for a Twitch VOD. All right, there we go. So we got a local copy downloading, and then here we go. Rumors of a new original port. I don't think anything big is happening. They're just the version of the game. The assumption is that the version of the game is in that's on like PS5 and stuff is coming to PC instead of the PC version and the HD console version being vastly different. Okay, so one thing about Zergu is that he runs the game stretched, and so I'm just gonna take his video and for you guys, right? This is for you guys. I'm gonna take his video and just boop, I'm gonna do that with it. So that it looks normal for you guys, but it's still stretched for me. But you know, this'll hopefully make it look better for you guys. Put that over here. All right. And then now, it's only OBS that's like that? Oh my god, dude, what a joker. All right. So, anyway, let's get in there. Holy shit! Nelkaya, thank you. For gifting out 5 subs? That's huge. And yo, Ace. Okay. Oh my god. There. We're playing it. We're not? Okay, now it's playing. Jeez. Oh, and you know what? I actually, something that I need to do is let's go add a text source that says runner Zergu 12. All right, boom, boom, boom. There we go. All right. Whew. You'll be on a work trip the next couple weeks. Oh, nice. Well, I hope it's fun. Is it all expenses paid? Like you're gonna get a, you know, your per diem meal stipend and all that kind of stuff. Nice. Yeah, I really enjoyed doing that when my job would send me off to places. You know, being able to like, oh man, having like a steak dinner every night that was paid for was great. Okay. So first of all, what? Oh brother. Okay, right. He's got to quit. He's got to quit copyright bombing me. I swear he does it on purpose. But all right, let's take a look right back here real quick. We're here, and we've got all that new game, all that good. Okay. Don't have to pay for the plumbing. Yeah. So one thing was that when I was in Brazil, it was like the kitchen didn't really speak English. So I could kind of only really order the steak because it was called baby beef, and that was something that I could like call in. I could call room service and just say that, you know, they would say something in Portuguese and I would say baby beef. And you know, and they'd say baby beef, you know, I'd yeah, and then they'd say something in Portuguese, and then it would show up at the door, you know. So I don't remember exactly how the interaction went, but it was basically like I felt like that was that was the only thing. Analog stick and FF7. Wait, what about analog stick? Oh, do you know if right analog stick drift will affect FF7? Yeah, I don't. So this game doesn't use analog at all. All right, so grab both potions, and then we're going this way. So okay, so here he's doing naming skip. I think it's really surprising to do naming skip in a no slots run. But hey, that's what he does. So this is so this right here, you guys may have seen this before. You can do this in all versions of the game, as far as I know, but it's usually not done for a few reasons. So this is very similar to guard skip. You know how guard skip, you can wiggle past the guards? This is very similar. You can wiggle past Jesse and the cutscene trigger here, and instead just go through the door before it opens. So here's the wiggle. And he's through the door. So the reason not to do that is the fact that he now has not named Cloud, and he's not named Barrett. So Cloud is still named Ex-Soldier, Barrett is still named Barrett, and the two problems with that is that A, it makes the text boxes take longer to type out, so you end up losing time over the course of the run due to Cloud having a very long name. B, Barrett now joins the party at level 1 instead of level 6. Usually Barrett joins the party at, I believe, Cloud's level -1. And but the thing is, the game levels him up from 1 to whatever level that is at the time that his naming screen comes up. So because that's been skipped, Barrett is now level 1, which affects the Guard Scorpion fight. Now, I think a big reason that Zergu does naming skip anyway is the fact that he also runs regular any percent, where you do wrong warps, right? And doing wrong warps makes it so that well, if you do the run with wrong warps, then you do naming skip, because those problems that it creates don't really affect you very much, and you end up saving time. And so, you know, I think it's just part of Zergu's PC any percent identity to do naming skip, even when, you know, it might not be you know, fully beneficial. Laser on Cloud. The lasers always shoot the character that has the most HP, so we knew that was going to shoot Cloud. Okay. Oh, okay. He's got his music off. Yeah. So the mouths do look very silly on PC. That is one thing that I believe will be, like, if we're right about the new Steam version just being the Windows Store version / HD console version, I believe that version got rid of the mouths. How do you then save time? Doesn't the name display during the run still cost? Yes. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that I feel like doing naming skip on a full run, as in a no warps run, I feel like it loses you time overall. Has the math been done on exactly how much time you save by giving the characters one-letter names? Yes, it is about a minute total, except for that information is from before Disc 1 skip, so it's actually less now, and I haven't gone in and checked what it is now. But yeah. But on like a regular no slots run, it saves you about a minute total. But yeah, Barrett shooting for only 25 right there. That's because of the whoa. You know, that's because Barrett's only level 1.
All right, did some decent bolt damage right there.
All right. Balthazar with the $20 super chat. Holy shit. Can't wait for my next 99 first screen verification. I already did the one where we recreated the crash.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What is going on, man?
Oh, yeah. So this miss is actually bad. because he wants Barrett to get hit and gain a limit here.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So that miss is just
Hey,
a waste of
What's going on,
time.
man? Why am I not allowed to get a semi-normal scorpion today? What the fuck? Now I have to go for a 2-cycle, and it's probably a way that it...
All right, all right.
Probably a way that
Whoa!
it's a 2-cycle now as well.
Hang on, these sneezes are crazy loud. I gotta turn them down a little bit. Okay.
Okay, we can definitely... do something.
Yeah, why isn't there more news on the FF7 thing? Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't have to go. Got 3 health.
Oh, the sneeze is Zergu back here.
So... Simply not allowed over remotely. Good scorpion. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, not a great guard scorpion starting due to the partly due to the miss.
Watching get double beam gun now as well.
All right. Oh yeah, Danger. Was it you that sent me a clip where somebody else had that same issue happen to him? All right, so here he's forcing an encounter in this specific spot in order to do the preemptive app setup. So the funny thing is that these setups are not as precise on PC as they are on console because so we'll talk about fractions very briefly. So every frame that you move in the game, it counts. Your fractions count up. And every 8 frames is when your fractions roll over. So when we talk about how every 8 frames is when danger incrementation happens and stuff, the reason for that is that that's when your fractions roll back over to 0. So every time that your fractions roll back to 0, which is every 8 frames, that's when the game checks if you're in a hostile area. And if you are in a hostile area, that's when then it will give you your danger, roll a random number for the preemptive flag, roll a random number to check your danger against, and then generate a random encounter if your danger is higher than the threshold that it rolled. And so... Oh, and so what I'm talking about, though, the thing that's pretty interesting about this is that a big difference between the PC version and the PlayStation version is that on the PC version, your fractions actually reset to 0 every single screen transition. They just zero back out. And on PlayStation, they don't do that. So when we do these movement setups, like force an encounter in a specific spot and then do a whole movement setup out of the area in order to reach the boss on a certain step ID, on PlayStation, the whole thing needs to be done in basically an 8-frame window in order to hit that certain step ID that you want, because you want it to be after a certain fraction roll over to 0 and before the next fraction roll over to 0, which is 8 frames, right, to hit that certain step ID. So it's like an 8-frame window of movement. But on PC, it's an 8-frame window per screen, because we're counting on it zeroing it back out every screen transition, If you're on Xbox Series, that is HD console. And all right. You've been playing foosball behind my back. Bolter, hello, welcome on in. I played through the remake and thought it was okay, and I played Rebirth and I really didn't like it and didn't finish it.
A lot of finesse to it.
All right, so here, as usual, this cutscene has to progress a certain amount before Barrett lets you in. So what Zerga will do is leave the room and come back, and that reloads the room into the state where Barrett will just let you in right away. And there's kind of a funny thing that happens. I haven't really shown this very closely, but this game does a thing where on the PC version, actually every version of the game does this, it's just the PC version benefits from it the most. If you trigger a fade out during a fade in, it cancels the whole transition. And so what happens on PlayStation is it kind of freezes until it's done loading, but the PC version has instant load times. So I'm gonna actually we're gonna slow motion this. Oh my God, Twitch. It drives me fucking insane, dude. Where like if the last thing that you clicked was the settings button to change this, and now if I press space instead of playing or pausing, it opens the fucking settings menu. Oh, okay. So all right. So as we can see here, he ran out the right side of the room, right? Would it not be better to download the VOD? I am downloading the VOD right here. But no, VLC isn't better. Let me also, I'm gonna soapbox for 1 second here. VLC player kind of sucks. I am not a diehard VLC fan like some other people are. Is it just me, or does VLC kind of run like shit? Like when you try to like pause and play a lot on VLC, you get a lot of visual artifacting and things kind of like they don't look great for a second. I get that VLC is cool because it can play FLV files and it can play MKVs or whatever, and like I get that VLC used to be really good back when all video players were bullshit. But nowadays, I feel like it, like if you're trying to do a lot of like jumping around on the video or frame by frame framing and then playing again, it does a lot of like pixely shit. What would I use to play videos instead? I mean, what I do when I do verifications like this, I end up just opening it in a video editing software and playing it that way. I wouldn't really recommend that as your average video player though. Honestly, you know what the best video player is? YouTube. YouTube has the best video player. So if there was a way to get the YouTube player to play a local file, that would be the best. But yeah, I mean, I just use Windows Media Player when if I have like a video file that I want to play, just to watch it, you know. Windows is probably fine. Anyway, here's back to what I was trying to say. So he's hit the screen transition, and so the screen is fading out, right? We're getting a fade out. But now on the following screen, so on this screen, we are now fading into this screen, right? He's fading into this screen while buffering run and left, yeah? And so when he hits this screen transition to try to fade the screen out again, the screen is already still fading in. And so check this out. It's just gonna blink to the next screen. Boom, we're just in the next screen without it having to fade the previous screen out. You see how that works? So once again, what happened there is if you trigger a screen transition, if you trigger a fade out while a fade in is still occurring, it cancels it. And once again, to wrap it back to what I was saying before, on PlayStation, what will happen is the screen will just freeze until it's done loading, and it doesn't really save any time because you have to wait for the loading screen anyway. But on PC, since the loading times are basically instant, it ends up saving you time. So a very practical other way that you can use this effect is anytime that you need to force an encounter next to a screen transition, you should make sure that you are buffering into the screen transition after the fight, so that you hit the screen transition during the fade in out of the fight, and that'll skip the transition. Or if you have to menu, anytime that you have to menu, you might as well do your menu in front of a screen transition so that you can skip it, you know? And it saves you like a second every time that you do this.
That's what we should take this to.
All right. How's our download doing? It is currently like repackaging it or doing whatever it is it has to do there.
It's funny, I don't even think about there's so many cockblocks in the way.
All right. Here, I would like to see this in regular speed. Because I think... So we're selling all potions, 21 grenades. Yeah, and then he'll be coming up here for the ether. We're going to need... he's going to need a lot of grenades. And so, coming up here to grab this ether, you can sell this for 9 more grenades. This is the thing that makes it feel so annoying to grab this ether, though, is that when you come down, this fucking kid, dude, is in your way of getting through here until he's like right there, and then you can finally get through. It's super annoying. All right. We got the video downloaded. So now let's go. I just opened, for this kind of thing where I'm doing a lot of like double speed, regular speed, rewind, and frame by frame, all that kind of stuff, it's best to just use a video editing software. All right. Oh, actually, you know what? This one I don't want to use the same project, actually, because if the two videos are in different frame rates, it might get weird. Okay, hang on. My PC is thinking very hard about closing this project. There we go. So now this, let's just delete this one. Let's delete this one. New project here. SRC. Whoa, hang on. Did I? Oh, yeah. This was that mistake that I made last time. And then the one that we just downloaded was... I didn't see it pop in. It's this one. Okay. How long does it take to verify a run? Buckle up. Okay, we're like a little bit past this. And then I like to give the player a minute to load the audio waves so that it's not having to do that while we're running. And then we'll be good. So while it does that, hope everybody's Sunday is doing well. I played some more Blood on the Clocktower last night. I went off to nerd night with my fellow nerds from work, and dude, it was a crazy game. The last game that we played was like 2.5 hours long, because we had, first of all, it was because we had 18 people. Never played the game with that many people before. So first of all, it was just very kind of complicated and took a lot of rounds to get through everybody. But also it was just, there was a lot of discussion every day, multiple nominations every day. If you guys haven't played the game, it's one of those like social deduction games, right? Where everybody is secretly assigned a role at the start, and only they know their role. And some players are on the good team, and some players are on the evil team. The majority of the players are on the good team, though. And then one player is the demon. And then there's a daytime phase and a nighttime phase. Where during the daytime phase, generally what happens is all the players are free to just talk and in order to gather information from each other and that kind of thing. People can get up and walk around and have side conversations and that kind of thing. But then in the evening, right, at the latter half of the day, everybody's got to go sit down in the middle, and that's when nominations are open to if we want to kill somebody, right? And the goal is to kill the demon. But then, right, if somebody gets executed, it goes straight to the night phase. If nobody is executed, then it moves on to the night phase. And the night phase is where, like, depending on people's roles, the storyteller, right, which is just the person running the game, everybody keeps their eyes closed at nighttime, and the storyteller will go around and wake up players who are relevant one by one in order to do like their abilities. And what are their abilities? For example, most obviously there's the demon who needs to be woken up to decide who they're going to kill that night. And then but then there's good players such as like the innkeeper, right? The innkeeper gets woken up at night to choose 2 players, and those players can't die that night, right? So they can protect the players from the demon. However, they don't know who the demon picked, right? Or there's somebody like I can't remember what the role name is, but there's one that it's like they learn how many people woke up that night, right? Is like the number that they get, right? The storyteller wakes them up and gives them a number like 3, right? And that means that 3 people woke up that night, right? And that's just information for them to keep and maybe use to figure out who's doing something, who's the demon, right? And that kind of thing. And so that's the nighttime phase, right? And then it's morning. We found out who died that night, and then it's another day phase, right? And so the game ends either the good team wins if they kill the demon, or the evil team wins if all of the good players are dead. Yeah. And so, oh man, we had a pretty crazy. I mean, it was just a super, super long game last night that ended up going until after midnight. But it was very entertaining. There was the demon of the last game was a really interesting one, where instead of choosing a character to die, they choose 3 characters, and then during night, everybody's still with their eyes closed. That gets announced where where the storyteller says the demon has chosen these 3 people, except he says them one at a time, and each of those one at a time people need to choose whether they want to live, right? He says, let's say Alex has been chosen. Do you want to live? Yeah. And then Alex would again, silently, secretly, either nod or shake their head, and so the 3 people choose whether they want to live or die. But if all 3 of them choose that they want to live, then all 3 of them die, So, and again, it's all in secret. So that was super interesting. And yeah, it was a very fun game. But yeah, the game I'm describing, I know. So people are saying it's similar to other games, which is cool. The one I'm talking about is called Blood on the Clocktower, and yeah, it's very fun. Okay, let us get back to the verification. But yeah, it's nice to have a friend that's able to organize something like that, Like I don't have that many people that I even could gather to something like that, Let me tell you about a time where I tried to do something like this. I tried to get 8 people together one time in order to play Diablo 2. I was like, guess what, guys? We're gonna do an 8-player run of Diablo 2. Doesn't that sound fun? And I got 7 other people together, and I organized that we all got the game, we all downloaded it, and we all decided 8-player run of Diablo 2. Okay, so what happened? On the night that we got to play, first of all, only 5 people showed up. So we actually had only 5 people. And, that's fine. We're still going to play 5-player Diablo 2. Okay, that's great. But then it turned out that one person just knew he was a fucking Diablo 2 PhD, and I did not know this going in. And so then the entire fucking time was just 4 people trying to keep up with one guy who's like, okay, first we got to do this. All right, now we can run over here. Okay, this type of dungeon only spawns on a northwest wall, so we just got to drag on the northwest wall. All right, in here we only got to kill this one guy, and he's usually over here. So, you know, and everyone, oh my god. So yeah, it turned out to be a big fucking disaster. All right. So we'll probably see some sick tech from Zergu here. So first we got to go in here in order to start the thingy, and then okay. So yes. Here we're going to get a neat paralysis dodge. So boom, you see the 2 text boxes on top of each other? That is because he talked to this guy on the thingy and on the bench, and then also hit the cutscene trigger. So now both of these 2 events have started at the same time, which means that both events have said you cannot move the cloud. But now, he cleared the one text box of this guy. Abisoft, thank you for subscribing. So now that he has cleared the text box of this guy, now he's able, once that happens, now he's able to move Cloud. Normally, the Cloud would be sitting on the bench still, but instead, he's standing, and he's able to move during this cutscene. And so, what that lets him do is leave. So, okay, so here we also get to talk about another kind of weird thing about the PC version, which is that, like, things can happen during the fade out, which is not the case on the PlayStation version. So he's able to hit the cutscene trigger right now, even though we're way back here on the text boxes, because this is the text box that we need to get to show up. And so he gets it to show up during the fade out, which is very fast. It saves an extra second. Excuse me.
Every now and then.
I hate the feeling of being a puppet and people telling you what to do. Yeah. Exactly. Like, you know, I really dislike. Nobody likes being backseat gamed, right? In general, and so it's basically kind of that. Like, I really dislike backseat gaming just in general. So then, when like the entire gameplay experience is following someone else around who's telling you all the mechanics the whole time, it's just like that is. I don't think that there's any way that I would more not want to play a game. What's funny about that though is that speedrunning is kind of interesting because it's sort of like watching someone else do that, right? Where as in like explaining all the mechanics as they're going, but I don't know, it's different, you know. Oh, and by the way, bar skip up here is being done the same way. So right after he picked the second option for the dress, on this version, he's able to immediately run out and then clear these text boxes during the fade out, and then there's the sexy cologne. You can barely see it, but he's getting the sexy cologne during the fade out. Again, just a little optimization that you can do on PlayStation, but it's a little bit easier on PC. With how old D2 is, how can you not be an expert? Yeah, honestly, the thing was, I just never really got into it. I never really liked Diablo 2 very much. I respect. Here's the thing. I respect the game, And I think that I think it's a really cool game, but I don't like the gameplay very much. I think the actual act of like clicking on monsters and your guy like walking up to them and like swinging and like eventually they die, I don't think that gameplay feels very good. I'm just not a big fan of the actual feeling of the gameplay of Diablo 2. I think a big part of it is that the gameplay doesn't have a lot of impact, you know? Like, let me tell you exactly what I mean. If you walk up to an enemy and swing at it, the only way that you know whether you hit the enemy or not is if their health bar moved. There is like no feedback in the game, like sound effect wise, animation wise, movement wise. I feel like there's no feedback, right? That feels good. It's just, if you one-shot it, well, then they die. Or you have to look up at their health bar and see if it moved, you know? And, I just feel like that's... When that's every enemy for thousands of enemies throughout the course of the game, it doesn't feel great, you know? I'm not into it. And Bunico, thank you for subscribing. So again, I think Diablo 2 is really cool. I like all of the I like the systems of the game and the classes and the story and the loot, right? And that kind of stuff. But and like just the whole idea of the game, I just have never thought that it was very fun to play. Diablo 3, on the other hand, right? That's what's funny is I did get, back when it first came out, I did get really, really into Diablo 3 because that game solved the problem for me. Diablo 3, the combat itself felt so fun, you know? Like when you were a barbarian and you killed an enemy with a physical attack and they actually like ragdolled away and that kind of stuff, it felt so good. When you did the leap move that had the vortex, so you leaped into a group and then the group got sucked into you, and then you did the cleave and it killed them, and you had the rupture move on cleave that made it so that when you kill an enemy they explode. So leap in, sucks them all in, cleave, they explode and all kill each other and like ragdoll. That felt so good to play, right? And so I loved Diablo 3 until they patched the game into sucking. This is the thing about Diablo 3, is that like the Diablo 3 became worse the older it got because they kept patching the game and making it worse and worse by doing things like removing the difficulties as they were and making it so that everything scaled to you instead. Is like super boring, I thought, to do that, right? And then like just like patching in things to appease people who just wanted to like run like how to even say it, right? I really enjoyed playing through the difficulties of the game's campaign and then having Inferno mode be super, super hard. You know what I mean? I thought that was a good way to handle the game. But then later, they made it so that there weren't multiple difficulties that you played through the campaign of, and instead everything scaled to you. And so then when you beat the campaign, well, then there was nothing to do because everything scaled. And so they had to put in Nephilim Rifts, which was just a randomized dungeon with random enemies, and all you did was just run rifts that had no meaning to them because they were all just random. Or they were all just randomized and scaled to you, you know? So yeah, it's all just... We'll have to figure. Will the new Steam FF7 have its own category? We're gonna have to figure that out once we actually know what it is. That's why you liked Diablo 2, because of the difficulty system. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that Diablo 3 did it well at first, and then they patched it out. You know. Hey, yeah, yeah. Oh, anyway. And then yeah, Ollie. That was my other problem of Diablo 3, of them patching the game, was that they made it so that every season you would automatically get like a set bonus, or you would automatically get a couple pieces of a set after doing a couple objectives. And the pieces of the set would have an ability that was so powerful that you would be stupid not to use it. Which just meant that you didn't get to build your own, you didn't get to choose your own build anymore. Instead, it would be like, I have to do a couple objectives of the season, and now the incredibly stupidly powerful set bonus that they give me is going to dictate what my build is, because it's built in a certain way, you know what I mean? Like, let me give you an example. The set bonus might be that your haunt ability as a witch doctor, if you haunt a character that's already haunted, it's going to do fucking 30 times damage or something like that. And so it's like, well, I guess I'm doing a haunt build, and I have no choice, because if I were to do anything else, I would be doing 1/30th as much damage right now. So yeah, it's just a fucking... Oh, anyway, okay. So, by the way, Zergu is stopping here in order to steal ethers. Once again, because every ether that he steals is going to be worth 9 more grenades. And for this route, he wants more grenades than we usually have. Or than we usually need. And then I think he... Oh, no. They don't buy the grenades right here. All right, here's old Reno stairs. The bonks on the corners of the Reno stairs is just from being a little overly cautious. Because it's better for your steps to bonk and baby your way past the corner than it is to go wide around them, you know? It's a little faster. Like, if you're going to not be perfect, it's faster to go wide around the corners, but it's better for steps to go tight around corners. And so it's up to you as the runner to figure out, like, which one of those things is better for you right now. It's kind of an interesting aspect of speedrunning this game that I haven't really talked about, which is that, like, depending on whether you're ahead or behind on steps, kind of dictates how you tackle certain parts of the run, right? Because being careful is slow, right? So, like, if you're ahead on steps, you're sort of encouraged to play a little bit more sloppily, because it's faster to do that, you know? In a sense, it can be, right? Or I shouldn't say sloppy, I should say recklessly, right? You're encouraged to be a little bit more reckless when you're ahead on steps, because being careful is slower. Is the step route the same on PC versus PlayStation? No. Theoretically, yes, as in the mechanics are the same, but there are some details about the PC version that give it a different step route, and we'll get to why pretty soon here. How to get auto splitter working? I've never used an auto splitter for this game, so I wouldn't know. But if you're in the FF7 Speedrun Discord, you can ask about it there. There's a channel called Resources Discussion, which would be the best place to ask about that. And yo, Sin Nombre. Oh, we're doing a new world record verification today. So fairly standard Reno fight there. He did use a beat rush, which was nice. He was able to get a beat rush out early on. Dude, the blades of that helicopter looked really funny in sped up. This is no warps. So this is the PC version, but without wrong warping. Okay. And yo, Shadow Lancer. We're doing, once again, PC, no warps. So this is any percent on PC, but without using wrong warps. Meaning that this is this is the category that does the big skip. It does disc 1 skip. There's our Hell House. Steps out. Cover Ether. And then yeah, here what is disc 1 skip? Buckle up. When we get out of Midgar, I will explain it. Alright, here we've just got this whole part. Don't really gotta worry about it too much. And then here we go. Okay, so here's the big grenade shop. So, selling 7 ethers, dude. That's a lot of ethers. That's a lot of money. Sells everything else and buys 80 grenades. So to put this into perspective, on any percent no slots run where we don't do disc 1 skip, you would buy 51 grenades here, and he's buying 80.
80, please, sir.
All right. What is no slots? Slots refers to Kate Sith's level 2 limit break, which is called slots. However, a no slots run, though, is a run where we don't do disc 1 skip also.
Been good with this lately, but it's never,
Okay.
never far away from failure. Is early minute.
When am I doing another PlayStation Hundo? I'm not sure. Like, it's very hard to find time for it, you know, with having a full-time job and whatnot. But, I could see it being this upcoming weekend. Okay, so coming up here, we have the reason that Yo, DJ Lasers. So here's like the reason where the step route is different between PC and PlayStation. Here's one reason for it. So on the PC version, he's going to be doing elevator manip, but he's going to do it in a different way. So the way that he's doing it is he's going to go save the game here. So let's see, saving the game in slot 1. So slot 1, game 1, save the game, and then he Alt F4s the game. Reopens it. And so what is this? So what does he do? What is the reason to Alt F4 the game and reboot it? What this does is it zeroes out a bunch of values. It zeroes out RNG values. So now continue, and he's just loading the file that he just made. So what this did is it reset the RNG value back to 0. So that way he knows for doing elevator manip that he's on RNG 0 right now. And so that way on PC, they can always do the same elevator manip. They don't have to like count the waterfall and do that kind of stuff. However, the other value that this zeroes out though, one of the other values is your formation ID. So, what that means is that the step route is affected by the RNG reset. So the next time that he gets a battle, it's going to be. Sorry, I'm losing track of what I'm talking about here. The next time that he gets a battle, it's going to be from formation 0 instead of where he was on the step route. If you made the rules, you'd consider any reset of the console an end to the run. Why? And I'm asking genuinely. I'm not coming at you. I'm just asking genuinely. Why do you think that is? Because like, what if like is and do you have the same opinion about if someone had a game over? Does the RNG reset only work for PC? No, it also works for PlayStation. However, the PlayStation takes too long to reboot and it's not worth it. But the PC version, Alt F4, reboot the game, you're back in the game very quickly. And so it doesn't really cost very much time. What's my favorite challenge run of this game? I've never really gotten into challenge runs of this game. I don't know anything about them. All right, so here he's using a metronome to so let's talk about the elevator very briefly. So while you are in the elevator, the game is counting every frame. It's counting up a value every frame. And so well, yeah, so hang on. We'll talk about that real quick. Because yeah, so my issue with the idea of like not allowing them to reset is that like that would mean that if you took a safety save before doing like Cosmo Canyon skip and then you failed Cosmo Canyon skip, you wouldn't be allowed to then load your safety save, right? And I don't know. I think that I just don't really think that that's the way that we generally think about things. Like, to me, the way that we think about the speedrun is how much time passed between you pressing new game and then you defeating Sephiroth on that save file that you just started. You know what I mean? And the and like whether or not you reset your game during that time doesn't matter. If you had to get up and go to the bathroom at some point, doesn't matter. That's on the timer, you know? Like, as long as you're not loading a save file that you didn't create on the timer, you know, we just think it's totally fine. But yeah, safety rules in all aspects of life. I think people generally you know, they try to have safety nets for themselves in every way that they can. You know what I mean? Like, do you have car insurance? You know, do you have health insurance and that kind of thing? The reason people have those things is for some kind of safety net. But why don't speedruns start with a blank save file cache? They just don't have to. I think it's good practice too, right? But it just doesn't matter, right? It doesn't affect the function of the game whatsoever, whether you have files existing in your save file cache or not. But yeah, you know. So anyway, back to oh, and is there a category for PS5 FF7? Yes, it's HD consoles. So to show that real quick, so here's speedrun.com/FF7 HD consoles, right? Is the category. All right. So anyway, the elevator is counting up every frame that you're in the elevator, and when you press the button, that is the count on the frame counter is what decides how many positions forward it puts you on the RNG table. And so there's not really a way to super consistently buffer the button press after all of this dialogue. Because, you know, it depends on how many frames it takes you to get through the dialogue, right? So that's why he's using a metronome for the first counter. I think what he's doing is, as he walks into the elevator, he's buffering triangle. because that opens up the menu on the first possible frame, which is a consistent frame. And when you open the menu, it freezes the elevator timer because the elevator script isn't running while you're in the menu. So then he's exiting the menu on a metronome tick, which then starts the timer relative to his metronome, right? It starts the elevator counter again relative to the metronome. So now he can skip through the dialogue and then hit this elevator button press. Does this elevator button press on the metronome.
No, we missed it, mile.
Oh, and he missed it. 21 is not good. He's looking for 15, 19, or 17. Do the smoother character models make visual cues more difficult? They definitely make them different. Whether or not they're more difficult, I don't know. A PC runner would have to say so. Personally, I think for elevator manip, I think yes. I think they're a little bit more difficult to differentiate with the smooth character models. But all right, so he got 21. So I'm interested how he's gonna continue the manip here, because actually I wanna check this. If we go, let me get out my elevator simulator here. Let's see, where is it? Do I not have it here? Oh, it's Floor Finder Simulator. Here we go. So from list 0, boy, he really did miss it from a mile. So like I'm saying, because he did the hard reset, he knows. Oh, the text is squished because oh, that's fine. So because he did the reset, we know that he is on position 0, you know? So list position 0 is what we're starting at. These are all of the floors that you can hit if you're on list 0. When you hit the elevator button, these are the ones that you can hit. And generally we're aiming for this window of 19, 15, 17. Why? Because 15, 17, and 19 have the fastest first encounter. And so they are ideal to hit first, and they're all different from each other, so you know which one you hit depending on what button you hit. He got 21, so that is indeed way off. Let's see if it's savable, if he has the information of if it's savable. It looks like yes. So if he were to now do a 4, that would get him to floor 29, which has no fight. And then if he were to follow that up with a 1, that would get him 38. Follow that up with an 8, that would get him 47. Follow that up with a 5. Okay, so if you hit floor 21, you could do 4, 1, 8, 5 following, and that would be a manip. However, I'm gonna assume that he does not have this information. But let's find out. Let's find out. The planet's dying, Dash! Yeah, he's just winging it because he does not have the information. And all right. But yeah, so this is something that we have to talk about all the time. So I'll give you guys my brief talk about what is tool assisted. First of all, we need to talk about the phrase tool assisted. Writer, that's what it's called. We'll go through this little spiel real quick. So first of all, I want to talk about the words tool assisted. I think people get really because tool assisted is a thing, right? Tool assisted speedruns or TAS is a thing. I feel like because TAS is a thing, people get really caught up on the phrase tool assisted as being like, this means that any tool whatsoever means that this is a tool-assisted speedrun, right? When really that isn't the case. A task is like a different thing. You know what I mean? Like a task is a more specific thing where inputs are triggered not by the player. The player has information about, or the player is allowed to have information about the game that the game doesn't give, right? A tool-assisted speedrun is a speedrun where the runner has full information about RAM values, about about frame data, and then also the most important thing about a task is that a task is controlled by computer. So what a task actually is in the end, right? What a task literally is a sheet of inputs. It is a spreadsheet that is frame 1 and then the inputs that are on frame 1. Frame 2, the inputs on frame 3, and so on and so forth until for the entire game. So it is simply a spreadsheet of inputs from beginning to end, frame by frame, that completes the game. That is what a task is. But again, the fact that it's called tool-assisted, I feel like it makes people think that any time that a tool is involved, that means that it must be a task when that's not the case. So let's talk about what kind of tools are allowed. And now this is subjective. So this is subjective, and this is something that different speedrunning communities might have different opinions about, right? But this is what my opinion is. And some other folks, and generally this is like how FF7 is run right now. And so we will, and so let's talk about, like, what are the lines in the sand that are drawn for what is or isn't allowed as far as the run goes. So rule number 1, right? Rule number 1, as far as like what is allowed and not allowed for informational purposes and for speedrunning, a non-tool assisted run, is that information from the game must be provided by the game. Yes? So what does this what does this mean? This means that how does the game provide you information? The game gives you information through its video output, through its audio output, visual cues, audio cues, and then where applicable, sometimes games rumble your controller or that kind of thing as well. You know what I mean? And so real quick, so what does this not mean? This does not mean if you have unnatural access to like RAM values, right? So like if you have your console modded to where you can read RAM values, or you are running on emulator and you have RAM Watch up, or you have Big Shoes hooked into the game, or that kind of thing. Something that's reading RAM values out of the game and telling you that is bad, that is not allowed, right? Because that's you taking information that is not the game providing you information, right? Does this make sense? And does everybody agree that this is a good rule? Okay. And by the way, for those of you in chat, like talking about whether or not the information or the argument is in bad faith, who cares? I'm giving the spiel regardless. So I don't care. We're talking. All right. Number 2. Information provided by the game must be received by the player. This one is a little weirder, but what this means is I don't think that you should be allowed to have a script analyze the video for you. You know what I mean? Like, if let's say you were to set up an AI script or something that reads the damage numbers of your game for you and then does calculation to give you information. I don't think so. I think that you need to be reading the audio and video cues with your human eyeballs and your human eardrums in order to in order to use the information. Right? Now, the player is allowed to type the numbers into a calculator or type the numbers into a script, right? That then gives them information. But that is because the information is being passed along. The game gave the player information about its damage numbers through video. The player received the damage numbers with their eyeballs, and then the player typed the damage numbers into the tool, let's say. That is good and okay. But if a script is analyzing the video data to read the numbers and automatically pass it into a tool, I think that is bad. Yeah? Does this make sense? Okay. Number 3, lastly, and this one is once again we're back into super obvious, which is all input into the game must be done by the player. Yeah? All like your inputs into the game are done by you. The tool, like the metronome to count down for the elevator, for example, is not allowed to press the circle button for you. You have to press the circle. Like, if you're using a metronome to help you time something, the metronome can't do the input for you. You have to put it in, right? So let's talk about the metronome real quick. Again, because of rule number 2, the metronome is not allowed to automatically start based on visually seeing anything about the screen. You as the player have to start the metronome. Then the metronome is not allowed to put the circle button in for you. You have to press the button yourself with the metronome. So the metronome is assisting it is a tool that is assisting your timing, but you as the player have to be operating it, and it can only, and it can't do anything for you. So this is why the metronome is allowed. Does that make sense to most people? This is also why you're allowed to count waterfall glows, because you are counting the waterfall. The game is giving you the RNG information visually via the waterfall. Then you receive the information with your eyes in order to use a stopwatch. And then you use that information to look at your sheet, right? And then you use that information to then do the inputs that the sheet of notes that you're looking at tells you. Okay, you got to do this because of your RNG pattern, and then you do it. But there you go. Can you use? Have another monitor with big shoes on it? I already covered big shoes. And I said that big shoe rule number 1 was that big shoes is not allowed. I covered that the player has to start the metronome themselves. Which is covered by rule number 2, right? If the metronome was able to start itself, it would have to be receiving information from the game in order to do that, right? How would we know? Ask Tiki Liger how I knew that he was using big shoes. But yeah. And then so yeah, that's basically that. So, but basically, yes. When we talk about rules, there is always some amount of like trust that is part of it. You know, like yes, people are able to people can cheat and get away with it. Yes, like when we talk about rules like this, my point in telling you these rules is not to say that we can bulletproof catch everybody who cheats. That's not the point, right? Of course people can cheat and get away with it. Otherwise, no one would ever cheat ever because it would be impossible. You know what I mean? So of course, if someone is going to break these rules and cheat, of course, if they are able to do it in a way that's like imperceptible, then they'll get away with it. Yes. But that's not the point. So yeah, all right. There we go. Back to the elevator. I think we're back to the elevator. Hang on. I'm noticing a thing about my body right now, which is that when I move my arms, my fingers are tingling. And I think that means that I'm malnourished. So I'm gonna run and grab a snack real quick. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, all right, all right. Oreo cakesters, bro. We've been into the Oreo cakesters recently. Oh yeah. Okay. So to real quick wrap up what I was saying though. Yeah, so now to kind of wrap this up. Once again, these rules are, you know, they're subjective. They're somewhat arbitrary in the sense that every speedrunning community kind of defines their own rules, right? And so just as a reminder, this is my opinion that this is these are the kind of the tenets of to keep in mind when people say like, oh, is a run like are you allowed to use a certain tool, right? And that tool could be. Hang on, let me start over what I was saying, because I'm starting to think that I might edit this segment into a YouTube video. But yeah, so to wrap up, this is like my opinion of the core tenets of whether a tool is allowed to be used. That tool might be a calculator, it might be a stopwatch, it might be a metronome, it might be notes, it might be. Have you guys ever seen Wind Waker 100% speedruns where they have like when they want to do that battleship game, they've got the heat map of like where the battleships might be based on the misses and hits that they get, and they can so they like click on what they try and whether it was a hit or a miss, and it like heat maps the RNG that they might have, right? Like that. Sploosh Kaboom heat map tool, exactly. So like when you think about these tools and think about should this or shouldn't this be allowed, this is my opinion as to the core tenets of what crosses the line or not. Because if you were to question one of these, or like any of these, I feel like there's a very reasonable tool that would then not be allowed. But yeah, also, for example, did you guys know? Oh, so another just interesting thing is that, like, as a game gets more and more optimized and people know more and more about the game, it's like inevitable that that these types of strategies start to become used, because you can't unlearn information. You know what I mean? Like, let me give you the example of step routes. You know, where like once you know that steps are a thing, it's very difficult to not try to start playing around it. You know what I mean? Cross-reference tools are okay, but algorithms are not. I guess I would need to know what you mean by algorithm. But if by algorithm you mean something that is analyzing the video data for you, then I would say correct. That would not be allowed because of this. In my case. Yeah. That's my opinion, right? And I would say, honestly, here's the thing also. I would say that, like, this is rock solid. This is 100% rock solid. This is like, there's maybe some room for debate on this one, you know? Just feel that using any tool that's outside of the console, controller, and the TV diminishes the purity of the speedrun, but you can understand why it's allowed. Yeah, like, there are definitely people who think who think exactly like that. There's a lot of people who think that way, Eve 11. And so I actually, a while ago, I did a thing called a black box speedrun. It was the black box speedrun where I wasn't allowed to use any tools. I wasn't allowed to look at chat. It just had to be me and the game, and that was it. But that's exactly the problem, though, is that let's say that you aren't using the tool. Well, someone in chat might know about the game more than you. They might be using the tools or that kind of thing. Like, okay, so let me give you like an example, right? Is that if the information is being provided by the game, that means that your viewers are seeing it as well, right? Because it's assumedly being streamed. And then you're still the one who's always putting in the information, but someone in chat could tell you information. For example, let's say you're off on steps and someone in chat lets you know that your next encounter is going to be a pincer unless you force it on the screen that you're on right now. You know what I mean? Like, is that not allowed? Because the problem with disallowing that is that means that a speedrun could be made illegitimate outside of the runner's control. You know what I mean? Like the runner or Chocobo Manip is another good example. Yes. Like someone, if you're coming up on you need your Chocobo and someone in chat tells you the IGT that would get you a Chocobo, right? Is that not allowed? Because again, because what I'm getting at is that means that a run could be disqualified outside of the runner's control because someone in chat told them something, you know? And so that's why it sort of has to be allowed to just allow players to use a lot of that kind of stuff. But also, I think that speaks to the legitimacy of those types of strats, right? Like the most controversial strat in the entire run, I think, is elevator manip, right? Because we have to count the waterfall glows. We even use slow motion to count the waterfall glows, and then look that up on a reference sheet, right? Which gives a lot of technical information. But the thing is, I feel like that is very much legitimized or whatever by the fact that doesn't break any of these rules, and so much so that chat can do it for you. You know what I mean? So, like, if you didn't count your own waterfall, someone in chat could do it. Because it's so easy to just, again, look at the screen, because the screen tells you the info, and then look up on the spreadsheet what that means you have to do, and then tell that to the player. You know what? Actually, that breaks rule number 2. Remember the fact that this is chat. So I feel like this has to be a human. But that's weird though. You know, again, I was telling you earlier that this has more wiggle room. This is more debatable. This rule is kind of weird. And yeah, the fact that chat technically breaks it because I worded it as the player is kind of interesting. But anyway, chat reminding you to equip an item, right, exactly, that kind of thing. So the fact that your live chat is allowed to assist you, and there's like no reasonable way to make that not be the case, I feel like, you know, means that it would be difficult to be tighter on like anything else. But all right. Anyway, like I was saying, though, it is a pretty common opinion to say that like any notes or anything like that are not allowed. And so for that reason, I did try to do the black box speedrun where it was without notes, without chat, any of that. However, I didn't actually finish a run doing that. All right. So anyway, he's just winging it. Oh, hey! Would you look at that? I wonder... No. That doesn't make sense. I was going to say, I wonder if he's going to try to manip from here.
We need to get 59 next.
Looking at a spreadsheet should be allowed because technically you can memorize it. Right. And here's the thing is, real question, yes or no in chat, does anybody think that it's illegitimate to have simply either a physical, like, JM Dooley, thank you for subscribing. Does anybody in chat think that it's illegitimate to simply have a page of notes just written down, just things written down on a piece of paper, right? No, I don't think anyone should think that that's illegitimate, right? All right, sorry, I'm having some more. They don't allow that in chess? Interesting. Well, Okay. If we're going to compare it to chess, if two players are racing FF7, are they allowed to have a page of notes? In a 1v1 FF7 race, are notes still allowed? Do you speedrun chess? Yeah, bro, it's called bullet chess. You ever seen it? 1v1 chess where they start out with only 1 minute on the clock? It's 1 minute, right? Yeah, I mean, it would be up to you to just decide that at the start of the race. I think if the two people were racing online, right? Like they're both streaming, then you'd have to allow notes because it'd just be too difficult to enforce it. But two people sitting next to each other, both on a CRT, you know, that'd be interesting. They probably wouldn't have notes. Getting advice from chat might not be legitimate because not everybody has access to chat. The thing is, that means that your chat has the power to delegitimize your run by telling you things. And who wants that, you know? Do you have notes for Super Mario? That's a great question, Cornfed. Let me just finish this Oreo cakester. So in Super Mario Bros, RNG is like frame perfect. So let's take Bowser for example. When Bowser spawns in, depending on the frame that Bowser spawns in on, that decides what his pattern is going to be. And the thing is, if you're just holding right and run, the Mario always accelerates at the same speed. And if nothing slows you down along the way, like you didn't bonk into anything or release right and run, then the Bowser will spawn on a consistent frame. And the frames line up like you guys know about the frame rule, right? Where at the end of a Mario stage, it only can advance you to the next stage in 21 frame increments. So that means that while you're running, if you're splitting every level, you're seeing yourself gain or lose time in increments of 21 frames. So when you reach a castle and you know that Bowser's at the end of the castle, you can know, as long as you don't make a mistake in the castle level itself, if you're holding right and run, you'll know what your Bowser pattern is going to be based on what frame rule you're on, based on if you're on or if you're behind or if you're ahead in those 21 frame increments. And so the answer, Cornfed, is yes. In Super Mario Bros., warpless, particularly in warpless, speedrunners do use notes, even a spreadsheet of notes, even in Super Mario Bros., to know what Bowser pattern they're going to get based on their frame rule. All right. We gotta do this this verification. Oh, 57 is annoying to get. Hang on a second. 46. So he would need a jump of 13, which is pretty high. And all right. Are most runners' notes the same? I don't think so. It depends. Like, the thing is, I don't have just like one sheet of notes. There's lots of different notes, right? And a lot of them are the same. Like, let me give you an example. The world map manips. So this is a spreadsheet that I made. Anybody who wants to do world map manips can use this spreadsheet, and they can get the info that they need. So like, boom, here's going from Midgar to Chocobo Ranch. Boom, here's the spreadsheet of each different IGT, what you need to do in order to not get a battle for this many frames, and then you'll get this battle. So in this kind of case, yes, like a lot of runners use the same sheet, particularly for the Chocobo here, I would say. Like, I would bet pretty much every runner is using this exact spreadsheet for the Chocobo manip specifically, right? So yeah, there's a lot of different notes documents that are floating around that runners share with each other and that kind of thing. And no idea on that FF7 Cloud. All right. Oh yeah, it's Super Bowl Sunday, dude. The pizza place has got to be bumping. You'd probably have to make your order in advance, yeah. All right, man, we haven't even gotten to disc 1 skip yet. Got you associating pizza with bad shit because of the Epstein stuff? I mean, have you heard what they're saying about beef jerky? Oh yeah, how's it going, Emer?
This.
Okay, so let's see what's going on here real quick.
Shit.
All right. So here, he is making a save file to prepare for something later. So right here we see saved in slot 1, game 2. So keep that in mind.
Because now
Grabbed poison materia. And then this boss, this is a no warps run, so it will not have any wrong warping. So using fire with red there just saves a grenade. You can do one fire cast. Oh, actually he did 2 fire casts. I feel like I do that every time. Yeah, 2 fire casts. Just to save grenades there.
Been quiet, not many chats, and I've been stuck in Midgar the whole time, so I haven't been very excited either. So, bit of a boring stream so far.
I feel like if you can replace 2 grenades, I might have to look into Sample's HP. Because it seems like he must have very little health after 7 grenades. If you can get away with 2 fire casts. All right, so here we got this part. You just got to talk to Eris. Two fires can underroll. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, yeah. And right. Hey, there's Zergu himself. Right. You're way behind on grenades because of elevator manip. Yeah, that makes sense.
I might not play Red Dead Redemption or the rest of it. Believe it or not. Yeah, don't refuse me, please.
But if two, so here's what I'm thinking. If two fires works, then I feel like if you instead, not you specifically on this route, but in general, after 7 grenades, then wouldn't like a Barret attack, a regular attack from Barret kill? Especially in a category where he has the assault, maybe only in a category where he has the assault gun equipped. But like in 100% or no major skips where they put the assault gun on him, I feel like you might be able to just kill him with that. And yeah, I mean, grenades are just really good. Fire hits for like 90, but if grenades hit for 140, then you lose 100 damage, right? Which means that the last grenade only has to normally do like 40. Alright, here basically we just don't want this guy to put anybody to sleep, which he did. Wait a second, was that a crit though? Oh, dude, okay. So the good luck followed by the bad luck. So Barret getting put to sleep is bad luck. That's going to slow the fight down. But then he gets in the Sled Fang. Boom, critical hit.
Nice one, Red. Did you see that shit?
So that's good. That kind of makes up for that.
I did not see anything.
All right. I wouldn't say because of that, Jay, no. I did save this run first, though, just because when I do a live commentary, I like to watch the run in DaVinci, because it lets me frame by frame, and like, oops, I screwed up my hotkeys there. It lets me frame by frame and like rewind and do all that kind of stuff very conveniently. Okay. So anyway, alright, so here's where we were. So Barret had to naturally wake up there. What's the save file for? We have yet to see. So Bravering on second turn has a risk of Rufus laughing, but it is good to Braver as early as possible if you want to build Cloud's limit bar up as much as possible. So that's kind of the trade-off. Rufus has a chance to laugh at you if you hit him for less than 100 damage, and he has, I think it's more than half HP. And so, or something like that. And so what that means is, if you replace one of your first 2 grenades with the Braver after he's been barriered, he has a chance to laugh instead of shoot you, which A, loses time, and B, doesn't build your limit bar. But if you wait until the 3rd or 4th, replace the 3rd or 4th grenade with a Braver, then he won't laugh, but then he only has, 1 or 2 turns to build your limit bar or 1 or 0 turns to build your limit bar after that, and then you might not have a limit for Motor Ball. So that's why, like, my preferred method, I like to Braver him as I like to replace my first grenade with a Braver against him, whether it's going to be, if I can, whether it's going to be against the dog or Rufus himself, and that way That way your limit bar builds up enough for Motor Ball's opening attack to usually give you your next one. So this fight's pretty interesting on this route because there's no danger of over-rolling unless like your Braver crits or something. If you were to use Braver on the fight. I don't think he will use Braver if it's after the big fire attack, though. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to. Because the big fire attack gives Cloud like half of his limit bar, and so if you use your Braver after that, then you're likely to not have a Braver for the following part. But you know what? Since spoilers for what's coming up, the next boss we fight is going to be Genova Life. That actually doesn't make that big of a difference.
Okay, what's my IGT gonna be? 2709, probably. Alrighty.
Okay. So here is Barret Skip. So once again, there's a cutscene trigger at the bottom here, and then so he's talking to Barret on the same frame that he's hitting the cutscene trigger. Boom. So we know that he hit the cutscene trigger because Cloud ran back to this spot, and we know he talks to Barret because Barret is turning towards him. So both events at the same time. That's why the text box is glitched out also, and so this allows him to move and just skip the rest of this cutscene. And then now, the IGT that he leaves at is going to be what seeds the world map RNG. So 2718, you see right when it ticks over to 18, he's exiting the menu. So this is the manip that he's going for. And now this is also, remember when I said earlier, if you trigger a screen transition while it's still trying to fade in, it skips the transition, which is very helpful when you're doing world map manips. It means that he can load the world map on the IGT that he actually sees right here. Because check this out, right when it ticks over to 18, he's exiting the menu, and then while the screen is still trying to fade in, he hits the border. So the screen is still fading in, he hits the border, which triggers an instant transition into the world map, which means the world map RNG just seeded based on 127.18. So then that allows him, so these little movements here are to manipulate RNG.
One down. Should get me really far.
And the reason to do these bits, that's not Comic Sans, no. The reason to do these movements is that each left and right movement advances RNG in a certain way. A down movement increments RNG in a certain way. And then when you start moving right, the thing that's very careful about this manip is about right here, maybe a little bit further back, you enter the Midgar Zolom range. The Midgar Zolem's AI activates around here, and he starts pinging RNG as well. And so his RNG is now interacting with the manipulation, so all of your movement from now on has to always be moving and pressing either left, right, R1, or L1 on every single frame in order to increment RNG in the expected way to stay synced with the manip. So we'll see that that's what his movement is here. It's very, you can do it very easily here where he's just holding right the entire time. And then he's added down to it as well.
My latest chicken IGT is 2980.
And then he should get his fight about right now. Just because that's what there it is. That's what the manip does, is it gets you a very late fight. Back attack with birds is kind of annoying.
Okay.
I fast forward through parts for sure, Parbs. All right. And now it is Chocobo manipulation time. So equipping Choco Lure, and then once again, looking at his IGT right now in order to find the right one on the sheet. He took 28.45. Man, right on the edge. So 28.45, and then... Oh, okay. I was just gonna say that freaked me out. The fact that he went from going straight right to going straight left is actually kind of a red flag for a manip, because but here it's legit. This is fine. But the reason that it freaks me out is because if you're using a controller, if you go from straight right to straight left, there's very likely, possibly, a frame in between where you didn't press either, because your thumb was transitioning from right to left, you know? And so there might be an in-between frame where you didn't move. And because of the Midgar Zolem's AI interacting with RNG, and like I said, in order to stay synced with a manip when you're near the Midgar Zolem, you have to be moving and you have to be pressing left, right, R1, or L1 on every single frame to stay synced. And so if you do that, if you go straight right into straight left and you miss a frame, then that throws the manip off. So generally the movement that we do here avoids that by just holding right and R1 in order to just never have that problem. So here it kind of tripped me up for a second, seeing that he went from straight right to straight left. You wouldn't expect that. However, here's what it is. He plays on a keyboard. Zergu is a keyboard player. And so you can see he's actually got his input display down here. It's a little bit vague, but I've seen his runs before. I know that this is left and right pressed simultaneously. He's pressing left and right now, which the game factors out to Cloud just running right. And then when Cloud switches to left, he just released right. So right now he's pressing right and left, and then right here he just released right. So now Cloud's running back to the left. So yeah. Now he's just holding left and feathering right. So yeah. That's what, that looks very different from what you would normally see on this manip, but it's because he's a keyboard player, so he's able to do that. Or he's able to do it that way. There's no benefit to doing it that way. It's just something you can do. All right. And then he's using his limit breaks here in order to preserve grenades. So that's a good reason not to use Braver on the Motorball fight, is to preserve it for that. And yeah. The benefit of doing it this way instead of spinning the circle over here is to be able to be a little bit further this way, yeah. Which is closer to your destination. All right, so now he needs to do so we got to talk about just a couple mechanics here. When you get into a fight with the Midgar Zolem, what happens after you come out of the fight? After the fight, the game spawns you back on the grass, and it decides what side of the grass to spawn you on based on a single bit of memory that is either a 0 or a 1. If it's a 0, it spawns you on one side. If it's a 1, it spawns you on the other side. And the timing that it changes is when you step off of the grass. So here he stepped onto the marsh, off of the grass on this side. So the memory has now updated to say that this is the side that he is going to spawn on if he gets into a fight with the Midgar Zolem. Then, on this side, there is a script that runs that says specifically, if you have not been to Calm yet, there is, when you step onto the grass over here, it sets a bit in memory that says that if you have not been to Calm yet and you dismount your Chocobo, then Cloud will tell the Chocobo to stay and it won't run away. And so, again, that turns on when you step onto the grass on this side. And then it turns back off on there's like a line back here where when you're running back across the marsh, it turns that bit back off so that the Chocobo will run away. So the Chocobo is only dismountable on this patch of grass if you've not been to Calm yet, theoretically. But here's the trick. He's going to stand right here to bait the Midgar Zolem over to him. Where is he? There he is. I don't think that worked.
That worked. I got a bad feeling that I'm not on the grass.
Yeah, he knows it didn't work. And here's why we know it doesn't work. Because as the screen faded out here, the Chocobo's toes, his toenails, are barely visible. Because his feet are still sunk into the marsh, meaning he has not stepped on the grass. So Zergu is correctly reading here that did not work. The trick. So as we expect, he spawned back on this side of the grass because this was the last side of the grass that he stepped off of.
I'm gonna have to gamble.
Wait, no, okay, I was gonna say, bro, there's no fucking way that he got 505 after having to catch a second Chocobo because this one's about to run away.
It didn't work. No.
Okay, this time it looked good. This is actually really sick what he did right here. Okay, so here, he just stepped onto the grass. So this has now triggered the bit to flip to mean that now he can dismount the Chocobo. But look at the Midgar angle here. The Midgar, when you get off the swamp, it randomly chooses an angle to move at, and it moved slightly up, and he actually caught that and moved up into getting into a fight with it. Even though he's still on the grass, we can tell he's still on the grass because his Chocobo didn't go down into the swamp. So,
That worked.
what does that mean? That means that after he gets out of the fight here, he spawns on this side of the grass. Because this side of the grass is still the last side of the grass that he stepped off of. Yeah? However, that basically teleported him over the trigger that would turn off his ability to get off the Chocobo without it running away. So what this whole setup did is he now has a Chocobo on this side of the swamp that he can dismount from. And so what are we going to do with this? Things are about to get fucked. Things are about to get crazy. All right, so
Because we didn't even step on the grass. That's why we walked to that side.
he's getting
We're nearly dead because I forgot.
he's getting ready in this spot, saving his game in slot 1 again. Now it's time to do some PC version fuckery, which is to get the no encounters flag. So he just Alt F4'd the game and reloaded it, and now he's loading the save file that he made earlier. Remember when he made a save file before sample? And I said, remember that he made a save file before sample? Here's the reason.
Bro, leave my fucking viewer alone, Jesus.
So the reason is that this field that we're on right now has a special property to it that disables encounters. So basically it's like I think it means that we're essentially in a hostile environment, but encounters are manually disabled or something like that. There's some kind of flag that says no encounters. But weirdly, the PC version of this game does not do as good a job as the PlayStation does as wiping values when you get a game over. And so what he's going to do here is get into the fight with Sample and intentionally game over. So now he got a game over. That brings him back to the main screen, at which point he can now load his regular file that he just made on the world map. So regular file on the world map, and here's the deal, is that no encounters flag carried over into this file now until he enters a field. Next time he enters a field, the field will overwrite the no encounters flag to where it's supposed to be again. But right now he has no encounters for as long as he's on the world map. And the reason is that he spent the time doing that setup is that we are about to do a lot of movement on the world map where we cannot get into a fight without it screwing up. Without it erasing the whole trick. And so here's the trick. The spot that he parked the Chocobo here is very important because it's next to a certain triangle on the ground. Basically, the world map is made of triangles, right? And the way that the game does Cloud's hit detection is if you were looking at a bird's eye view of the triangles, the game uses it uses some math with the position of the 3 vertices of a triangle to figure out whether Cloud is in them. And then, if he's on the triangle, like, is he allowed to stand on it and that kind of thing, right? Yes, there is another part that sets the no encounter flag at Arcade Amateur. Right when you press new game, for example, that very first field that you're on is sets the no encounter flag. So actually, this same glitch is possible on the Japanese original version of this game, the JP 1.0. And so one way that you can do the no encounters trick on that version is to save your game, soft reset, hit new game, and then soft reset out of the FMV, and then load your file, and you'll get it. But the PC version doesn't have soft reset, so you can't do it that way. Anyway, back to triangles. So if you take a bird's eye view and you look at the 3 vertices of the triangle, then it looks at where Cloud is, and it figures out if he's inside the 3 vertices. And then, it checks, like, can he stand on that triangle and that kind of thing, right? Now, here's the thing, though, is that the world map is divided into chunks, into square chunks. Like, here's the deal. The world map is made of thousands of triangles, right? And so the game can't check every one of those triangles individually every frame, or it wouldn't be optimal. The game would slow down. So they do 2 things in order to speed it up. The first thing that they did, is the world map is divided into a grid of chunks. For example, there's a chunk divider right above the current little cliff that we're on. Like, the point of this cliff is right on the north side of this chunk that we're on, and then so there's a horizontal divider right here. So first of all, the world map is divided into chunks, and so the game only checks the chunks, or the triangles of the chunk that we're currently in. And then also, the chunks, there's 2 reasons for the chunks. The other is that the game can't have the entire world map loaded in at once also, because there's too much data, right? So it loads chunks in and out based on where you are and based on which direction the camera is pointing, so that we're not having to think about the entire world map all the time. So then, so chunks are loading in and out depending on where you are and where your camera's focused. And then for the hit detection on Cloud, the game only checks the triangles of the chunk that you're currently in. And furthermore, the game does another thing, which is that it also keeps track of the last 6 triangles that Cloud has stood on, and it always checks those triangles first. So when it begins the operation of where is Cloud, first it checks the last 6 triangles that he's stood on, and if one of them he's still on, awesome, we can end the process. If he's not on one of those, then it begins looking through every triangle of the chunk one by one until it finds the one that he is standing on and tests whether he can stand on it. All right? All right. Now, here's the other thing, is that while Cloud is on a Chocobo, his triangle pointers are not updated. So here's what happened. So Zergu loaded in his file. He was standing on this triangle, so this triangle is loaded into Cloud's last 6 triangle pointers, right? Then he gets on the Chocobo, and he starts doing some movement. What this movement does is it unloads and reloads the chunks into a specific order in RAM. Right? The chunk that we were just in is getting unloaded. A different chunk is getting loaded into its place in RAM. And now when we come back, this chunk that we came from is now in a different place in RAM. Now, here's the thing, is that when there's a little bit of an error in programming, which is that when the game looks at Cloud's last 6 triangles, it's not looking for this chunk where it is in RAM now. It's looking at the pointer is just a memory address in RAM. And that memory address is now pointing to data from a different chunk. because a different chunk has been loaded into that location of RAM now because of this Chocobo movement. Because of the specific movement that he did, right? Now, when the game looks at it, when it tries to find this triangle to see if Cloud is still standing on it, it is now looking in a location in memory that has different data in it. But it's going to interpret that data as if it is a triangle. And because of the specific rearranging of triangles that he did, what he's going to get is a triangle where all three of its vertices, from a bird's eye perspective, are on the exact same point. Meaning that the triangle has an area of exactly 0. That triggers another bug in the game's programming, which is that if the game runs its hit detection formula on a triangle that has 0 area, for whatever reason, it always returns, yes, Cloud can stand on that. And if the triangle type is 0, I think, right, that means that it's grass. And so, but you know, the triangle could be different types, right? But 0 is grass type, and then there's different numbers that mean other types. But yeah, so like the data that it's grabbing from whatever got it loaded into the spot is like, where are the triangle's vertices and what type is it, you know? And so what it got is a 0 point triangle, right? A triangle with 0 area that is grass type. And so when Cloud gets off the Chocobo, it drops him into the ground. And the reason is because the game, remember, it checks his 6 triangles first. So it immediately saw the point triangle and said, yes, he can stand on that. And then the formula for the game deciding what height Cloud is at is dependent on the vertical position of the 3 vertices of the triangles that it grabbed. And it just so happens to drop him low. That doesn't really affect the skip at all, but that's just how it behaves. So there you go. So what this means is that every single frame, the game is going to see this point triangle, and it's going to say, yeah, Cloud can stand on that, as long as he is within the chunk that point triangle is in. Because again, remember, the game only checks the chunk that you're in first. So anyway, so then what does he need to do? Remember that I said that there is a seam of chunks, or the chunk seam is right here. So the first thing that he's going to do is move left so he can see the Cloud, and then he goes up, and we need to load a triangle of this chunk up here. And again, the specific triangle that we load is important. And when I say load, I mean introduce it into Cloud's most recent 6 triangles. And so the way that you would do that, the way that you interact with it, is by bumping into it. So right here, bump, he bumped into it. Did you see that? Let's play it again. Bump. There. He bumped into this triangle. So what that did is the game ran its hit detection on that triangle. It said, Cloud hit the triangle, however it's water, so he can't stand on it, so it bumped him off. But that did add it to Cloud's last 6 triangles. So now every frame, the game is checking the point triangle and it's seeing that he can stand on it. And then if it didn't see that, it would also, and maybe it is, actually, I think it probably puts priority on this triangle. So I would say every frame now, it's not looking at that triangle. It looks at this triangle. I think it sees that it's in a different chunk and ignores it. And then it looks at the point triangle and we can still move. And it's doing that every frame now. Okay, so now he gets back on the Chocobo. Remember, triangle pointers are not updated while you're on the Chocobo. So now, more Chocobo movement. Once again, unloading and reloading different chunks into different order in RAM. All you got to do is move the Chocobo in roughly this manner. And now he can get out again. And so now this chunk has the point triangle, right? And now when he goes into this, now look at this. Now he's able to move into this chunk. Because now this triangle that he just bumped into has been corrupted, is now a point triangle. So now he can move in anywhere on this chunk and in this chunk because both have a point triangle in them. First point triangle is put at the start of the list before any others that might already be there. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that ordering works. Okay, so, and once again, the data of the triangles has also determined that Cloud's really low, but that doesn't matter. But it is funny that he's sunk into the ocean. So now, over here, the chunk seam is about right here for getting to the left. So right here, boom, he bumped into it. He bumped into a specific triangle over here now, and now we can speed it up a little bit. Now, more Chocobo movement. Remember, the camera counts also. Something like that, Rishiram, yep. And now, he's got free movement in this chunk, and now when he goes left, now he's got free movement in this chunk. So, we need to get to the next one now. The next one we want is up there. So, he's going to come to a specific spot and bump upward. Did you see the bump? Did you see the bump? Here it comes. Bloop. No, right there. That was the bump. So again, just bumped into a specific triangle. More Chocobo movement. We're almost there, folks. We're almost there.
Okay.
Now he can move up into this chunk. This is the one that we just corrupted, right? And now there's a seam right here. And so we want to get into this chunk to the left of us. Boom. There's the bump.
Please don't punish me.
All right, all right. And so what was all of this for? Hang on. We can probably get a map, but I'm just gonna draw it out right here real quick if I'm able to. Okay. So now, basically, the chunks we've corrupted are like this one. It's something like this, this, and this. It's roughly something like that. Are the 5 chunks that have been corrupted. Yeah? And so you might notice the goal here is we have built a bridge across these 2 continents. So here's the final Chocobo movement.
Naturally.
And then here's the final Cloud movement. All the way to City of the Ancients. That's disc. There it is. That's disc 1 skip. How about that, folks? And so once again, just to remind us how this trick started, is that a lot of movement. Oh, I was just about to re-say that, Matt. Why are there no encounters happening? Remember, this is why we did the sample no encounter flag setup before starting this trick, is because if an encounter happened at any time during this trick, all of the point triangles are wiped out of memory. All of like the data corruption and everything all gets wiped. The world map loads in properly, and then you get and then you get stuck. Right? If you're in the middle of the ocean, you're stuck. If you're not in the middle of the ocean, you have to start over. But yeah, so that is why this part happened, where we loaded this file. This field has a no encounter flag, and so then purposefully game over against sample to then load your file that's here to carry the no encounters flag into this file in order to then do the trick. Boom, there it is. All right. So there we go. There's disc 1 skip. And here we've got Shell Hut Skip. He's doing a faster version of it. A lot of the time, yeah, this is any percent no warps. So no wrong warping. So a lot of the time what folks will do is once they grab this E skill, we have a menu to do right away. So they'll just do it right now during the waiting period before this map updates and then leave after the menu. He's doing a slightly different version where instead of menuing during the rest of the waiting time, he's actually just leaving. Which is a little bit faster if you don't have to do a menu right away. All right. How does the possibility to dismount get carried after the reset? For whatever reason, Refi, it's saved to your save file. I guess the reason it's saved to your save file is because it only updates when you hit the triangles that update it. So if it wasn't saved to your save file, that would mean that you would be able to move, like, as a casual player, and the thing that they're trying to avoid is that you would be able to run your Chocobo to the edge, or to the Mithril Cave, dismount the Chocobo, save your game, and then load it. And then after you load it, you could mount the Chocobo and dismount it, and then the Chocobo would run away, and you'd be... And then you wouldn't technically be soft-locked, but you would have met the condition that they were trying to avoid, which is your Chocobo running away when you're on the far side of the swamp before you've been to Calm. Okay. What percent is any percent? I got no idea. Because the way to track percent in a game like this is weird. So yeah, I mean, I got no clue. With disc 1 skip, I would say it's pretty low though, because we skip the whole rest of the first half of the game after Midgar, you know? So that's like a crazy amount of the game gone. Yo, TK. All right, so here he's doing some shopping. And remember the 80 grenades that were Oh yeah, why didn't he wipe Red's name? I think he just doesn't think it's worth it to... I think it's two things. He doesn't wipe Red's name probably because he just doesn't think it's worth it. Because Red doesn't have enough dialogue for it to matter in a disc 1 skip run. And then B, I'm not sure what adds the A, if it's double input glitch or what's going on there. All right, so after he grabs Comet, he's front rowing Cloud and Red. What was that? Oh, okay, just a What did he press to get the... What's buzzing at him here? If you press circle again too quickly, does it buzz at you? I've never noticed that. Because that's what it looks like his input is. Tifa, no. Oh, it's... Pressing triangle on... Is it... Wait. Is it... Oh, wait, no. I think I know what it is. No, I don't. It's just pressing circle on Tifa's accessory when there's no accessories in inventory. Funny. I never noticed that. Or on Red's. Okay, it probably was on Red's. It sounds too early to be on Tifa's, but that could be audio-video desync, but I think it's more likely on Red's. Huh, funny. For a second, I was thinking it was double input glitch, like he's still holding circle when he hit R1, but circle doesn't double input, so it wouldn't have been that. What's the difference between a warp and the disc 1 skip? The warps sends you to a field coming out of a fight, which is like an entirely different mechanic of, you know,
Menu.
corrupting world map triangles to
Did that
build
from,
a weird bridge, you know.
Better check. I probably did, but I better check.
Like, let me put it to you this way: like, wrong warping. Like, really, it's called wrong warping. Because basically the terminology is that, like, right now, when you hit this transition and you go into this field, that is generally called warping. The game warps you from this field to this field. And so wrong warp is the term for when the game warps you to the wrong place. If you were to hit this transition and it was to send you to not this field, that would be wrong. And it would be a wrong warp. You know what I mean? So when we say no warps, we really mean no wrong warps. You know, so like after you come out of a battle, the game warps you to where you're supposed to be. And so if it warps you to a different place, that would be a wrong warp.
This fight, by the way, should go on ATB weight because you'll get your first death soul unless. And that's probably the only difference. And you don't need to be waiting for it anyway. And if you get your first death, you can change on it. I mean, I can't say I'm immune to it because when this trick came out, I didn't even bother learning it for maybe a year or 6 months. So, you know, I was using it when it didn't
All right.
Yes.
All right, so here we are. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. So here we are on the Genova Life fight already. So as I mentioned earlier, remember I said earlier, spoilers, when we were talking about Motorball, and I said spoilers, the next boss we'll be fighting is going to be Genova Life. This is what I was talking about. All right, so briefly, the thing about this fight is that every one of Genova's attacks are water elemental. And he put the water ring on Red. So Red is immune to water attacks. Oh, yeah. And then also, both of our enemy skill materia have been equipped on Red also. So here, Red has learned Aqualung. That's very important.
We seem to have a high level Red based on his HP and mana, so hopefully destroy.
And so now, what we need to do here is we just need to wait for Genova Life to run out of HP. Or MP, I mean. Because all of her attacks also cost MP, and she will eventually run out of MP. So once that happens, she just can't attack for the rest of the fight. And so what we want to see is as many Aqualungs as possible, because Aqualungs cost a lot of MP. But she only Aqualungs after Blue Flame. So here's Blue Flame. Now she might Aqualung, and she didn't. He's getting unlucky with Aqualung so far, kind of. I mean, it's only a 20% chance, I think, for her to Aqualung after Blue Flame. So maybe it's not unlucky. Maybe it's about exactly expected is what he's gotten so far. And there you go. So now she is out of MP.
Like, it can happen, but it's never happened to me. Alright, Cloud, you really need to hit, buddy.
Alright, so now Cloud sends his Comet out to get our to get a little burst of damage. Nice hit for 500 damage. Now, Elixir on Cloud so that he can send another Comet. The problem with the Comets is that they're able to miss. And it's a big problem if you wasted an entire Elixir on a missed Comet. And there it is. So yeah, an entire Elixir and Comet animation just wasted, which is unlucky. And now here's why he had 80 grenades, because Genova Life has 10,000 HP, and so the more grenades that you have, the faster this fight will go. Is Comet optimal if your luck is perfect? Yeah, because it does a lot of damage. Oh, but I wonder though, like maybe instead of why not grenade with all three? This is just kind of how it works out. That your DPS is good if you do this pattern, at least as far as he's researched. I remember doing some of my own research, and I honestly, I can't remember what I came up with for my DPS numbers as far as what you should do here. But an easier example is that now he's only attacking with Red and Cloud and not with Tifa. And the reason is that Red and Cloud, if you look at their ATBs, they don't get in the way of each other attacking. They're able to just constantly attack back and forth. If you were to introduce Tifa into this pattern, she would just make one of them wait, you know? She would just make the other two wait, and the thing is she's weaker than those two.
Maybe. Oh, there's no victory, so we actually save a bit more. Cool.
But yeah, so the reason that they attack and she throws grenades, though, I'm not exactly sure. I kind of feel like it would be faster to do like Red attack grenade, Cloud defend until you're out of grenades. But I'd have to actually, I'd have to actually lab it out in order to be sure. Okay. This is a no wrong warp run, Martin. So it's PC any percent, but without wrong warping. So we are just off the heels of disc 1 skip. All right, so here we go. We're already on disc 2. Let me check what file this was saved, just to be sure.
Gotta do a reset so that we can
So part 1, save. Slot 1, game 1. So that's funny. Oh, never mind. Oh, did I have it double speeded? Okay. I thought that it didn't even display the slots for a second there, but no. Hang on, just for our sakes, we do have to check one thing. Which is 360, 423, 90. And there you go, 360, 423, 90. Hard reset before that was a full-on Alt F4 reboot the game. All right, so Wizard Bracelet on Red is going to be very important, and then he's also loading Red up with green materia. This is all to raise Red's magic stat. And yes, Dark Luster, doing disc 1 skip makes it so that Eris will continue to be selectable as a party member. And yep, the hard reset was specifically to reset the formations to 0. Formations, of course, refers to what the enemies are in your battles. So step ID is saved to your save file. So that means that your position in steps is saved to your save file and it isn't affected by a hard reset, except for the fact that your danger resets to 0. So you might be able to get under an encounter by doing a hard reset, which is what they do. Some routes do for elevator manip, for example. But other than that, steps aren't affected. Formations, however, meaning what are the enemies in the fights that you're getting, those are affected by the hard reset. All right. So, for example, 4 bound fats. The reason he's getting 4 bound fats here, like, if he hadn't done the hard reset, he would have gotten this fight in the same spot, but these guys, well, assuming that danger figured out the same way, but these guys would be different. And so here's the reason for Red getting super buffed up on magic, is to be able to just one-shot these guys with a Aqua Lung. There's 2 benefits for killing these guys. The first is that he gets a lot of experience. Every character leveled up from that fight, and a lot of AP money. And then also, they have a chance to drop a Dazers, which can help you on the Rude fight later. Unfortunately, though, they did not.
Alright, well, Matt, you have low time.
Okay. So Zergu is saying that in this step route, the hard reset danger reset actually does avoid an encounter also. So that's cool.
Now, if it's something juicy, I'll kill it. Otherwise, leave. If you get level 17, which is slight steel buff with snow, never seems to work out.
Do you want a sheet that has more options for Bandersnatches? Because we might be able to make one with like either arm swing counting or just come up with something clever to do. Like, couldn't you stop and do down inputs? Right? Like, you would start with a hold, and then you could stop and do down inputs. And that could also, instead of menus. And that would give more IGTs for triple Bandersnatch. You don't need 3, you only need 2. Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I could make a sheet that gets either 3s or 4, or sorry, 2s or 3s, and then would you be interested in it being either menus or you have to stop and do down inputs? Or do you just want to stick with menus? Because adding the double Bandersnatch fight will probably add a lot of options. Oh, sorry. Now I'm just talking. So here we have another paralysis dodge to be able to leave this cutscene a little bit early. You can leave right here instead of doing the rest of the cutscene if you do this paralysis dodge. Rather stick with menus? Sure. I can make that for you. In fact, why don't we show how that's done real quick? Because I feel like that's interesting for people, right? So, the world map manipulation that we're talking about, is it on this sheet? I don't know if it is. I think I have it in here, though. Yes. So here's the manip sheet that we're talking about. These are the IGTs where if you leave that cave and then you're running around the mountain, these are the IGTs, and then this is the number of menus you have to do in order to, firstly, get a fight for not a long time, and secondly, the fight is 3 Bandersnatches. However, the problem with the sheet is that some of the IGTs are really far apart. Right here, there isn't one for 39 seconds. So if you were to menu and you were at 2:13:10, you would have to wait 30 seconds for your manip, which is bad. So we just have to think about, like, okay, so what are some ways where we can ease up the RNG, you know? And so let's talk about that. So here's how we would do it. Firstly, right, let's see. Icicle in. Which one is it? I don't think it's this one. Maybe it is. This one goes up to 10 menus. Yeah, okay, no, this is the one. Okay. So here's the script. So first of all, Ace Zephyr made a Python script that simulates the world map RNG. And so then this script, which is based on one that Ace wrote, but then I adjusted it to be for this use case. It invokes the simulator in order to find RNG patterns that we want. So like, what does it do here? Very briefly, what it does is, first of all, it says that we're going to do a command called run IGT for every value that is between these two values. So what that is we're just defining what RNG range or what IGT range we're running in, right? Then, so what does run IGT do? It brute forces for each different number of menus that you could do, for whether you are buffering in or out, which is a different. These are just a bunch of different little adjustments you can make to change RNG. And then what it does is it does a command called run using these RNG factors. And so what does run do? Run takes in those like RNG adjusters, and then it does something. So try is where it runs the script and then does something if an exception occurs. So first, it under try, it in for loops. So it runs these several times. It does a function called walk, which simulates one frame of movement on the world map, where you're in this region, you're on this ground type, which in this case is icicle area, snow. And then left, right means you are holding left or right or L1 or R1 while you're moving, because again, that's what makes RNG move on every frame if you do that. If you're just moving up or down, then this would be false, because that doesn't trigger RNG to move on every frame. And then movement equals true refers to whether or not your fractions are incrementing. When wouldn't your fractions increment? They don't increment if you're buffering your movement into the world map. They don't move for the first 13 frames. So that's why if hold, what this RNG adjuster means is if you were buffering your world map movement into the load in, well then for 13 frames it's going to simulate movement without your fractions moving. Another time where your fractions don't move is any time where you open the menu while you're moving. If you're moving, like if you open the menu while you're moving, the game still increments your RNG, but it won't increment your fractions on that frame. So that's why for the number of menus that we're doing, the movement is then false for that invocation of the walk simulation. So what am I talking about? If your computer can run Silksong, it should be able to run Mio. I mean, Mio is actually a 3D game. There's a demo. If you're worried about performance, I would maybe just download the demo and try that. Or also, there's of course Steam. Steam has the 2-hour refund window as well, where if you feel like it's not performing well within 2 hours, but downloading the demo, I feel like also. But anyway, so like I was saying, that's why sometimes when we do the manips, we have a certain number of 2 hours, not even from first launch, but of gameplay. Like 2 hours of the game running. But yeah. So this is where the game actually runs the simulation of movement, and then the way that the simulation works is it throws a battle as an exception. So if you get an exception, then it will save that. It'll we can have it return what battle ID did you get. So come back down here. Okay, so we ran the simulation and we got a return from it, right? So this is where we can decide what we want to do for the information that we're getting. So like if the battle ID, like this particular version of it is trying to avoid a pincer, because battle 205 is a pincer. So I don't want pincers. So as long as your battle is not a pincer, then it will write out to the sheet, we found a good one. And what I mean by we found a good one is that oh boy, it's Zergu's run. So first it runs the script it runs the simulation for the amount of time that's unacceptable, right? Where if an exception occurred right here, it returns false, right? And that's what good is. Good would then be false, thus we would get no output to the notepad. But if we did get a battle after, so within the acceptable battle range, then it's true. So we do want an output onto the notepad of that was a good IGT provided this function, unless it was a pincer, in which case it ignores it, right? Boom, there you go. That's how the script works. So what we're going to do right now is adjust it for Zergu's needs for the next time. So loading time is 0 on PC, and then up to 10 menus fine. For the PC version, we can only do holds because of the instant load times. So we'll do that. And then now we need to figure out what the battle ID is. We need to figure out what the battle ID is of double Bandersnatch. Yeah, we'll have to see how many IGTs you get to figure out if 10 is too much. You know what I mean? But okay. Where do I find this? FF7. There's something that's like, I think I have formation somewhere. What if I go to old Windows, documents? I thought I had a folder called, oh, maybe it was on desktop. FF7. Formations. All right, here we go. 199. Okay, 199 is 2 Bandersnatches. Is 3, I mean. 198 is 2 Bandersnatches. So, how do you do OR in Python? You probably just say OR, right? b.battle ID equals 198. So now it should be triple, double, and then yeah, this should be fine. We could have it output whether or not it's double or triple. And I guess I will do that. Why don't we do that? We'll say boom. We'll say 3x if b.battle ID equals wait, I don't know if you can do the equals in here. 199 else 2x. And then stars means that there's no fight. And then the IGTs that we want to run between are... Do you think 145 to 245 is good, or should we switch it a little bit? Yeah, it won't be the pincer. We're only getting battle ID 199 or 198. 205 is fine. Right now there won't be any output. Let's see. Correct, because of where I put this else. Or wait. These two should be flipped around, is the reason. Hang on. I gotta think about this for a second. Like, I think I think we just want it like that. And then we would want this to be here. Now, oh, and then this. Don't untab the else. So right now the logic is, if it was good, that means we got into this part. If the battle ID... Yeah. So now what if it was a pincer? That would mean that it would say good, battle ID is over 1. Then it would be no pincer, so then it would not print this. And then it would not print that, and then it would return. So yeah, that works. Yep. All right. Anyway, so let's just see what it finds up to 10, and we'll see if we need to figure it out. So okay. So we'll run it like this, and then see what we get. It only takes half the time to run because it's the PC version. Boom, there we go. And this appears to be getting something. Yeah, because here we have like a 10, but it's followed up by something the next second, so you would never do this 10. But here we have a 10. Wow, look at this gap. Here we have a 23-second gap. So you would want to do the 10, because otherwise you're waiting a long time. So there are still some rough gaps even between 2x's and 3x's. So it's possible that so I think he said back attack is fine, right? Okay, so 204 is the back attack. So I think what we can do actually here is we can say if battle ID is in, right? And then make this a list. 199 or 198, 199, 204. And then okay, so now it gets back attacks also. So now I don't even want to report what the fight is. Well, I mean, it's still true, actually. It just doesn't tell you whether it's a back attack. Okay. There we go. So now... Yeah, so now that found this one, for example, which is much better. I still think 10 menus is fine because it only takes like 10 seconds to do 10 menus, you know? And so what we can do is we can auto prune it based on the number of menus. Hey, look at that. Here's one where you get no fight, but again, we don't even want that. But okay, so what we can do based on this working is we can also add back if b.battle ID equals 204, else nothing. Boom. What does Python not like about that? The fact that is it just it's not tabbed the correct amount? Or is it the fact that back could have fit up here? I don't know. That's not right. comma, or this is, oh, it's this. There we go. All right. So now it'll tell us whether it's a back attack. And
What
then
the hell is going on here?
And then the last thing that we can do is we can prune. So here's how to think about pruning. Is this... Let's find one that should be pruned. This one should be pruned, right? Because here's the thing. You can either do 2 menus, or 10 menus, or you can wait... actually, this one shouldn't be pruned, because this one's 9 menus. Okay, let's find one that should actually be pruned. Yo, these are still kind of bad, aren't they? Maybe we shouldn't worry about it. Okay, here's an example though. You can either go at 10:00 and do 10 menus, or you can go at 5 and do 1 menu, which would take less time. So it would actually save you time to wait for the 5 than it would to go at the 0 because of how many menus you have to do. So if you think about it, it's like the score, it's like every second is worth 1 point. And then every menu is also worth a point. And so basically it's like this is how much time you have to wait, but it's plus this. So if this number plus this number is greater than this number plus this number, then we could get rid of this whole one. You know what I mean? And so here's kind of how to think about that. So every one of these is an out, let's see, out.append. Let me find another script I have that has pruning already done, and then we can just adjust it. That one might be a little complicated. What's a like I don't know if that one's extra complicated. How about chocobos? Was this one kind of the same way? No, here we go. All right, so I'm just going to copy my pruning script from this one, and then we're going to make it work. Okay, so we want results. Why was it called results? So out.append. Okay, this might be something to do later, because now I have to read an old script of mine and figure out what it means. Oh, prune results is this. So we prune. I believe we prune out. Is what we do, right? Down here, yeah, prune out. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So we take the length, and then the points are... I think the points is basically going to be this number plus this number, right? And that's all we have to worry about. So now points is going to be results at location P0. Oh, and then... No, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, at P0 plus results at P3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't even think we need to... Why would I have multiplied this by 30? On the other one? I don't know. real quick though, let me do this. Just get the current results. And then I don't think we need this. I think we just compare it like that. And then if now points, all right, and here was we don't need to worry about the preempt. Okay, this might be super fucked up, but I feel like that did it. And so now we prune out. All right, let's see if this works. It's like a much, much simpler version of how I wrote it before. Okay, so now we can compare this to this, and we can see what did it get rid of. What's an example of what it got rid of, and we can see whether that is like proper. So it got rid of 6303. Why? Because we would have had to do 7 menus, so it's better to wait for 4. That's a good prune. What else did we get rid of here? So we got 4, 9, 28, 47, 7, 9, 12, 22, 34, 03, 17, 22, 23, 27, 51. Okay, so it's not doing much, which I think is good, unless we can find one that it should have gotten rid of and it didn't. Here's one it got rid of. It got rid of 53 because you would have had to do 7 menus, so it's better to wait for 55. That's a good one, I would say. Yeah, I think this is good. Unless we can find something that it should have gotten rid of. Like, for example, I guess, why did it not get rid of this one? Isn't 6632 plus 8 is greater than because of preempt, but didn't I take that logic out? It doesn't care. I took out the logic that cares about preempts. So it should just be this number plus this number. And if this number plus this number is less than this number plus this number. Yeah. I left the comment, but I deleted the logic. The logic was this, which I got rid of. But then I didn't bother to delete the comment. So yeah, so maybe I did do something wrong because it should have gotten rid of this. It should have gotten rid of this. Wait, this is the unpruned 5032. Oh no, it did get rid of it. Oh yeah, no, it did get rid of it. I'm just looking at this. I'm just yeah. Okay, great, awesome. All right. I think we're good. So So I'm supposed to look at this sheet to find one that maybe we should have gotten rid of. And so just glancing through real quick, I don't see any. So it looks like 10 menus is probably fine to keep. It's brutal, but like if it were bad, then it would get pruned. You know what I mean? So we'll go let's save this as Icicle in PC Banders. And then I'll just load up Discord and send that to you right now. On this PC. So there we go. There we go. We're it's a bit of a detour, but so that you guys know, that's how world map manips are made. In case you were curious. All right, I sent you that sheet on Discord. Okay. Did you guys enjoy the world map manip lesson? Now, we will get back to the run in a second, but I got to run to the bathroom. Now I got to run to the bathroom. And then, by the way, I would love to play Mio at some point today. So I kind of want to get through this run. Be right back. Whoa! Oh, okay, okay.
This way of saving time. We're gonna need head start for snow.
Back to FF7, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, Zergu beat my time. So now I'm going to have to run this category again. Okay, okay. Now, he doesn't run turbo, though, and on PC, I do run turbo. I don't really want to open the can of worms of also running no turbo on PC. So we're not directly competing because of that, but still. All right, so here we are in the snowfields. So we've got a we had a kill on the bound fats, we had a kill on the bandersnatches. Kind of annoying to have a fight with that guy on the step route just because they can be so annoying. Yeah, I've never seen a category, or I've never seen any route of this game use a different snowboard route. At least not myself. There's added cut. Yeah, because, right. The thing is that's the one that lands you next to added cut, and added cut is just so good. So here, much different from other categories though. He's gonna run in here.
Okay, let's not walk out of the cave.
And then force an encounter right on the edge here.
That open comfy, but yeah.
So then here is our snow fight. So in this fight, we need to steal the circlet, which is I believe.
Yes!
Oh my god, oh my god, I hate when I hit the wrong hotkey. That is an incredible steal, dude. So this is like a less than 5% steal chance. And we can hear the pop-off here, you know? Yeah, this is a very low steal chance, but, you know?
Yes! Fuck yes!
And now this is great because, notice also he weight tricked this. So during her turn here, he set up his steal, and he set up a weight trick.
Go on, doggo.
So we haven't talked about weight tricking yet. Right now, so during her turn, her ATB is stuck full, right? Because she only got her turn because her ATB is full, and then it doesn't reset until the end of her turn. So we know during her turn, her ATB is stuck full. And so then now, during her turn, he queues up Red 13 Steel. He queues up a Defend with Cloud. And then he goes into a sub-menu with Tifa in order to hold time on wait. And what this allows him to do is that now Red gets a turn.
Go on, doggo.
She's still stuck at 0 ATB because we've been in ATB wait the whole time. So now, once Red is done with his steal attempt, now his ATB also resets to 0. Hers is still 0 because we've been sitting in the menu. So now what he can do is exit the menu, defend with Tifa, so now nobody has a menu up, and he can just hold circle. So now once Red's ATB fills up, boom, Red gets a second turn now because he's faster than her. So this is how she gets 1 turn, Red gets 1, 2 turns. So that's the weight trick. And that's what got him this attempt that even got the circlet. You know what I mean? So if he wasn't weight tricking,
Fuck yes!
might not have gotten that.
I told you this is the sort of run where I get the god circlet. Just need to be on a shit pace and you're allowed a good circlet. Insane split. What the fuck?
Alright, so there we go. Yeah.
Don't give me fight, please.
So he saved 40 seconds, about?
Leading up to it was fast as well. Instant escape from a goal then.
Yeah, he saved 40 seconds on that circlet steal. Oh, and so what's so important about the circlet? It is an accessory that gives a ton of magic attack. We need a lot of magic attack power for this route. Oh, now Mia wants to come down. I gotta go let the cat in. Okay. So now, after getting the ribbon, so Organics gives a nice magic power boost to Cloud, as well as the circlet. And then Red has the Wizard Bracelet, which gives him a nice magic boost. So both Red and Cloud are kind of boosted up on their magic stats now. And then the Bolt Armlet on Cloud is very important because it makes him absorb lightning. And we want to learn Magic Breath from this enemy, which is a fire, lightning, and ice elemental attack. So Cloud will absorb it because he absorbs lightning, and learn Magic Breath.
Wait, Red survived. That saves me a...
Oh, and did it miss Red? Oh, wow. Is this a wizard bracelet thing, or that's really surprising that it missed him.
Wait, Red survived.
Luckily, he still
That saves me
he still learns. You
Wait,
still learn any
does he
skill if it
learn magic
misses
breath
you.
if he dodges it? I see he does. I need to investigate.
Nice miss, idiot.
Okay, this guy put it. I think I glitched the timeline. Right, okay.
All right, all right. So here, more kills just to get some experience, money. So this is why Aqualung is so good. Wizard Bracelet does give 3 magic defense %. There you go. If you have full immunity, it will do 0 damage. Like, it'll say 0. Could you avoid having to kill the 2 bats if you killed 3 Bandersnatches instead of 2? I'm not sure how tight the experience route is here. But I hate the idea of having to kill just 2 bats. Alright, so these fights are super annoying. We want to Aqualung the bats and kill them. Again, really good experience and all that. However, they also have the ability to freeze. Or they have the ability. Sorry, they have the ability to silence party members.
Definitely need to heal that.
Oh, gotcha. You're getting a little bit extra for like safety strat on Genova. I gotcha. So you got to kill the first 3 icicles. Ooh, nice crit from the icicle there. And all right, we're coming up on the Schizo fight. The Schizo fight is kind of it's kind of weird on this route. So buffing up Cloud's magic stat here. And then there he checked Cloud's magic stat because you don't want to do too much damage with Cloud here. And so he double checked Cloud's magic stat to make sure that it wasn't gonna over damage. And we'll talk about why over damaging matters. So here we've got Schizo. So he's got a fire head and an ice head, which do fire and ice attacks, respectively. Then both heads will counter with an earth attack after getting hit a certain number of times. The ice head will counter after getting hit 6 times, and the fire head will counter after getting hit 5 times. And then each head will also counterattack with an electrical attack when it dies. And so the thing is that electrical attack is quite powerful, and we really don't want, we don't want a game over to it. So Tifa is wearing the Bolt armlet. I think it's Tifa, but I'm not sure. It might be red, actually. Let me go back and check. It would make sense for it to be Tifa, though. Yes, Tifa's got the Bolt armlet on. So when they do their electrical counter, kill counter, Tifa will actually absorb it. So we need her to be alive when the heads die, is what that means. Firehead first, we're doing them simultaneously, baby. So what you see is the only attack he's doing is Cloud is pretty buffed up on magic attack. So Cloud is repeatedly aqualunging. But he's doing under a certain amount, because if we kill the heads too quickly, then they'll counterattack with lightning and they'll game over us. He needs to get them down to a very low amount of health, then revive Tifa and finish them off while she's alive, so that their electrical attacks will heal her, not kill her, and then we survive the fight.
I think it's functionally identical to Helix or Tanarita. I've always
So we're kind of counting the aqualungs here a little bit. So that was aqualung number 5, which we know because, you know, the one head counterattacks after 5 hits. So then the other head counters after 6 hits, which means that this aqualung is going to trigger that one now. Oh, wait. How did I get off? I gotta start the fight over now. Okay. 4 times speed. 1 aqualung, 1 breath. There's 2 breaths, 2 aqualungs. 3 breaths. 4 aqualung, or 3 aqualungs, right? And then now, after they do 3 breaths, they then wait a turn, and then they do a double breath. So here's 4 aqualungs. There's the double breath. There's aqualung number 5. Earth counter. Yeah. So I did miss one. Turbo ether. Aqualung number 6. Second earth counter. Aqualung 7. 8. Now it's double breath. Aqualung 9. And now 10 is going to, this is going to trigger an earth counter. And now, because of the window of damage that he's been doing, if he aqualungs with Cloud again, he'll kill both of them and die.
Great counter.
So now we're going to see how he handles the end of the fight. There's a couple ways to do the end of the fight. It looks like he's going for the fast strat, which is to wait for them to do 3 breaths, because after they do 3 breaths, they skip a turn before doing the double breath. So, or they skip 2 turns even. So he gets Tifa up, and then aqualungs with Tifa. So if he did the right window of damage, this will kill. If it's not the right amount of damage, you can wait trick 1 more aqualung with Tifa, and then that one will definitely kill.
And she should one-shot them both and tank the counters. That's the plan.
So there's Tifa's aqualung. So there's 1 head dead, and the electrical attack, which once again heals Tifa. And then yep, it killed both of them. So there you go. So that's the idea. 10 aqualungs with Cloud with the right amount of magic stat gets them down to almost dead, and then you finish them off with Tifa, who has the not the accessory, but the armor that absorbs lightning and has her not die. And then, alright, so now we need to steal the Gygus Armlet. Gygus Armlet gives like 30 strength or something. It's very, very good for a physical attacker. And we're getting to the point now where we're ready to start doing physical attacks as our damage source instead of just aqualunging everything. At least some of the time. How did he skip naming Cloud? Check out the beginning of the run. It's very similar to guard skip, but you can skip that cutscene as well. It's just generally not done because on a run this long, it actually loses you time over the course of the run, kind of. Maybe. It's at least kind of close. And there it is.
Thank you.
Which, it doesn't matter which head goes first.
Okay, we take that.
Just as long as, you know, You're counting them. So there's this Gygus Armlet. Now, usually the Gygus Armlet drops off of Demon's Gate. However, we skipped the Demon's Gate fight here. So now he's getting set up for Genova Death. So Genova Death is going to be fought with physical attacks from Cloud. So if I'm not mistaken, the Gygus Armlet went on Cloud just now, right? Yes. So Cloud still has Organics on because the physical damage of that is quite good. And he's got the Gygus Armlet to give him a bunch of strength. And then this fight gets Cloud up to level 24. Which Zergu mentioned in chat a minute ago that's particularly important. Cloud getting to level 4 means that he'll be able to get hit by 3 red lights from Genova Death and still not die.
I could get deeper like comment and shit.
Alright, so let's check out this Genova Death fight.
Just open silence so that I can eat my hero drink. Thank you. What? Oh, fuck, limit.
Oh, yeah. So here he tried to queue up hero drink Braver, but then Braver gets prioritized in the turn queue. So it went off before the hero drink.
That's the thing. Seven.
Alright, and then he got a wait trick turn there because the thing is, we don't have haste yet, so we shouldn't normally be able to wait trick, but she skips a turn after she does silence. So that's what got him that extra Cloud turn there.
We have Cure 2, that's kind of cool. So if we get super beat up with Cure 2, get rid of the dog, please.
And so now the strat here is physically attacking with Cloud, and then cure him with Tifa, and then during the cure, he can queue up a Braver. But yeah, it's kind of crazy that with Disc 1 skip, we don't even have Big Guard, so we have no access to haste yet. So yeah, basically, Cloud is Furied, which means he gets double limit gain at the cost of a little bit of accuracy. And so what he wants is for Genova to hit Cloud and give him Bravers. Basically, we want to just we want to spam Bravers on this fight because they do a lot of damage.
Good luck, Genova.
So regular attack, he gets his limit from that red light, Tifa cures him back up, and then he Bravers with the limit priority. So that's the gist of this strat. There's a couple ways to do this fight. Anytime that she doesn't attack Cloud, he has to just do the regular attack and then wait for the next turn.
Why did you skip a turn? What?
Yeah, wait a second. Red light, Cloud attack. That is weird. Oh, it's the gas logic. I bet it's the gas logic. Like she probably didn't do like Tropic Wind or something. Genova Death FF7. AI script. If it's 1, so it's 1 to special chance. Special chance is Down arrow? Glide. Special chance starts as 4. And then I had my notes on a previous stream from this. Me explaining what? The other time where she skips a turn? If her count is 0, and at least one character has silence. Oh, wait a second. Does she not do, oh, or... Then this is elsing this. So she'll use silence if she has less than 24 MP. Or if nobody has silence. I didn't actually realize that if someone was silenced, she wouldn't silence again. And then the count is 1. If count is 1 or 2, it looks like you got this. Right? What happened is count was 0. She red light attacked. She did here's what it is. She did red light instead of silence because Cloud is still silenced. Normally we get rid of silence, right? But because you left silence on Cloud, she did red light instead of silence. But that doesn't mean that her count went up over 1, so then she still skipped a turn here. What happens to her count? Let's see, else. Count is 4. Tropic wind sets count back to 0. Okay, so it happened. It was a tropic wind, then a red light, then the turn skip, right? Okay, here's tropic wind. So now her count is 0, and because Cloud is silenced, she did red light. And then she skipped a turn because that red light. Yeah, so that explains that. So yeah, that's why.
Why did she skip a turn? What?
Interesting. I never knew about that. That she doesn't re-silence if someone is silenced, but does still skip the turn. Because the turn skip is just based on what her count is, not based on whether or not she did silence. Look, I have on right shift. Hairpin, I have on right control. Striders, I have on 0. Like numpad 0. And when I put in numpad 0, it made the interface look like it was blank. Like it left a blank spot, but it works. So I'm guessing because they just don't have like a glyph for numpad 0 or something.
Like that. Stop. Stop. Die. Might not die, but it might die on this braver. If not, it's close. That's GG.
Not dying on that braver might have been punishment for the hero drink earlier. Yeah, look at that. So if he had, I think that if that hero drink blunder hadn't happened, the last braver would have killed, right? Because she only had that much left. Gotcha, Flex. Sounds good. All right, and there's the Genova death fight. So now this menu is to set up the fact that Cloud and Tifa are about to leave the party. So he put garbage. He's putting garbage on Cloud and Tifa because he needs that equipment for the other characters. All right. What made me want to verify runs? I mean, what happened was I got asked to. Like, you know, I was just a runner of the game, and like I made the tutorial and stuff, and that was just me. But then a slot opened up where the moderators of the game needed another person, and so they asked me, and I said yes, and that was it, you know. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to at first, you know, because like it's kind of a lot of work, you know.
Yes.
And it introduces some drama sometimes. And so I wasn't sure if I wanted to, but yeah, you know, I thought I'm the right guy for the job, whether I want to or not. All right. And so here, I'm your FF7 guy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad people enjoy it as stream content. The only issue is that like I love video games, and I want to play other video games. I really want to play Mio today. I want to play more Mio, you know? But, like, every time that I do a run verification, it takes way longer than I plan for it to take. Because, you know, I get a little too in-depth on explanations, and then stop to write Python scripts and shit. Neo 3 looks really good. I saw a little bit of it. It does look good. I didn't play the first two at all. I played the demo of the first one and wasn't super impressed just by the demo way back then. Yeah, Mio came out just a few weeks ago. But yeah, and then I never really saw the second one, but the third one looks pretty good. Would I write a task? Nah. Lil Gecko has already made several fantastic tasks for this game, and you know, I don't necessarily think I could do better. Sounds good, Kimari. Oh yeah, talking about Mio, Memories in Orbit, the new indie Metroidvania. But yeah, Neo 1, right, I played the demo of, wasn't super impressed back then, but then I've heard that Neo 2 is a lot better, and then now the third one's out. McMurchie, welcome, thank you for the super chat. Taking a break from game dev, nice. Always need a mental break, you know. Next checkpoint in this run? I guess I don't know what you mean by checkpoint. And what about Chrono Cross? Oh, so here's a funny thing, where because we never named Cait Sith and we skipped over the whole part where you meet Cait Sith, it never overwrote his character sheet from the young Cloud. So 140 HP and 10 MP and having no name. Oh, Run Killer, gotcha. So hang on. So we're talking about the character sheet for Cait Sith in this game actually uses the same region of memory as young Cloud from the Calm flashback. But because we skipped the part where we meet Cait Sith, it never overwrote Cait Sith's character sheet. So Cait Sith is still young Cloud in the game's code in some ways. For example, 140 HP, 10 MP. That's what young Cloud has. And normally, I usually say that that Kate Sith's name is Cloud's name here, because when you name Cloud, it sets both Cloud's name and Kate Sith's name so that it can use it during the calm flashback. And so if you skip the part where it updates to Kate Sith, then it stays as Cloud's name right here. However, it didn't because Zergu also did naming skip. Because Zergu skipped naming Cloud, and Cloud's name is ex-soldier, it never set Cloud's name, which means that it also never set Kate Sith's name. And so Kate Sith's name in the character sheet before you name Cloud is just blank. And so his name is still just totally blank here. Isn't that funny? And then for whatever reason, he just doesn't exist in combat. I don't know why this is how the game behaves, but under these circumstances, he just doesn't exist in the fight, and his HP and MP go down to 0. He'll never update to being dead, though. Like, his name won't red out. It'll just stay at 00 yellow numbers. And yeah, very briefly, how to skip naming Cloud. Sorry about the volume suddenly. I'll show you right here. Boom, this is naming skip. It's very similar to guard skip. Boom, there you go, there's naming skip. Alright, now where were we? And all right. Getting us through the whole Junon sequence. Talk to Red, talk to Pilot. Pop over here, get the party together, taking Red and Kate. All right. Was I inspired by Pokemon? Nah. What got me into FF7 speedrunning was Caleb Hart speedrunning FF7. But I used to watch Caleb a lot running. Like, he ran Super Metroid and Mega Man X and, you know, some other games, you know. So he ran a bunch of games that I really liked, and then he also speedran FF7. And I would watch him speedrun FF7 all the time because I like to stream, but also it's just a nice way to have the FF7 soundtrack on as well, you know, to have a speedrun going. And so, yeah, so I watched runs all the time. And then I used to work on a contract-to-contract basis, you know. I used to be a contractor. And so when one of my contracts ended, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna full-time stream for a little bit before my next job. And so then when I had a whole bunch of time, because I decided to full-time stream for a while, I started speedrunning FF7 because now I had time to do it. All right, and then also something very fun about this part of the game is because of Disc 1 skip, just like someone mentioned earlier, Eris never died. Yeah, there was like an FMV of her getting stabbed or whatever, but we never did the part of the game where the code actually executes that removes her as a playable character. So instead, there we go. No Vincent or Yuffie feels wrong to you? Well, you would enjoy the 100% speedrun then, maybe. The idea that I streamed before running this game? Oh yeah, I've been streaming since 2014. What got me to start speedrunning what got me to start streaming was The Binding of Isaac. I just wanted to stream The Binding of Isaac before Rebirth even came out. I was 2014. I was a original Binding of Isaac streamer. The Chocobo, yep, the Chocobo still sitting there from disc 1 skip. And now that he had bought a Chocobo stable, he was then able to get back on it, get back off of it, and then send it to the stable, and now use the Chocobo. And now manipulate, Deathblow, Destruct. 3 very good materia to purchase right here. And then a little bit of shopping for the rest of the run. How much practice did it take? I mean, it's tough to say because, like, how much of it was practice versus how much of it is just, like, grinding runs and that kind of thing. I mean, I only have record in a couple less competitive categories, right? I have record in 100%. And then I used to have record on this category, but this run that we're watching right now beat my time. But like on the most competitive category, which is any percent no slots, I'm number 5. Oh, he caught himself there before losing a little bit of time. But yeah, I mean, do I? Hang on, I might have video of it actually. Do I have video of me? Oh, hang on. This disc needs to boot up because I haven't used it in a minute. There we go. No way I would have it under the. Oh, it's just Isaac. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Hey, how about that? Look at this. This is from one of my first streams ever.
Friends. Definitely see the effect of the pencil.
Holy shit, dude. Oh, hang on. We got it squished. This is me from one of my first streams ever.
On the
short hair.
Here.
You know why I had short hair? Because I needed to for my job back then. When I first started doing contracts, my contracting company wanted me to get my hair cut because basically my contracting company was like, they trained me into the job and then got me a contract, right? And they didn't want any eyebrows raised, right? About anything because I'm a new guy, right? The new guy, they got to get their hair cut, right? Also, I used to wear glasses. I got LASIK at one point.
And yeah, nothing really interesting there. Okay.
So here I am streaming the original Binding of Isaac. This was it. I'm just at my computer where my computer was in our old house. Mrs. Dash, who was, just my girlfriend at the time, not my wife.
Get through the first 2
she might be sitting 5 feet away from me right now, having to hear me do this.
Whoa, okay, cool.
So there you go.
Yeah, I'm interested in what more a room like this.
If this was just a random photo, you wouldn't make the connection. Yeah. But there you go. Here, let's.
So I guess I should clarify because of the Balls of Steel banning Guppy's Paw. You can take Guppy's Paw and put it back down. You just cannot use. Well, you don't even have to put it back down. You can carry it around all you want. You can take Guppy's Paw. You just can't use it.
What is this? 12 years? Yeah, 12 years later. There you go. Here's me 12 years later.
Which is the reason that they made the ruling that you can take it.
Oh, I think I'm talking about the Balls of Steel tournament.
Well, we're so far away now, but still, I don't want to waste these 6 charges. You know what I'm saying?
I got some sun. No, it's just different
Also, I think
lighting.
there's a super secret room right over here.
I am a very pale guy. Oh man, remember these old original Binding of Isaac sound effects?
Nice. Speed up, sweet.
Okay. Give me this. Oh, and then I forgot to turn that back on. All right.
Alright, let's go next. We got 10. Can you remember to pretend after the game? Question.
She's always had to listen to me yapping. Yeah, yeah.
No doubt. That's fine, I guess. What do we do now? Just heal and drink.
All right. Here's when we finally get to learn Big Guard. Am I going to play Crimson Desert? You know, I played a tiny bit of Black Desert online, and it quickly became apparent, I thought, that it was not for me. Just not my kind of game. I think it's a really cool game. Not for me, though. So I don't know if I'm going to give Crimson Desert a shot. All right, so here... So here's where this is why we needed to buy the Chocobo stable. There's a couple things going on here. Firstly, normally the fastest thing to do here is to park the Highwind here, go into this town, and go into the reactor. Then the trains spit you back out of the town, you get back in the Highwind, right? The problem is we can't get to the reactor from North Coral because we skipped the part of the game where we go through Mount Coral, which means we never dropped the drawbridge. So if we were to try to go there, we'd get stuck. Or if we were to try to go back there, we can't reach it. So if we went into this side, though, we could get into the reactor, and then the train sequence would spit us out over here, and then we wouldn't be able to get back to our Highwind on the other side of the mountain because the drawbridge is closed. So what we have to do, because of that skip, is park our Chocobo right here, and then bring the Highwind over here, and you'll see why later. All right. Double Aqualung on that guy. I feel like it's kind of surprising that that's needed.
I didn't enjoy that experience. It's funny to be.
Okay, and then Aerith's getting silenced here is kind of annoying, but actually it might not matter because because the Dragon Fang, right? Red just Aqualungs and then the Dragon Fang finishes them, so that's actually totally fine. So Aerith is in the party because we skipped. We did disc 1 skip, which skips the part of the game where the logic removes her from the party.
Keep going first.
You cannot run from these fights. You have to finish all of these fights. So this guy is weak to water, and so Aqualunging back and forth with Red and Aerith is the strat. I think it takes 5 Aqualungs. Here's number 5. Yep. Correct, Zoa, yes. And then this guy is weak to electricity, so Magic Breath is the strat on him, and it should take 4. So there's 1, 2, 3. Sid is probably going to die here. Yep. And 4. All right. And now we've got another paralysis dodge coming up here. This is a real classic one. So if you get into this exact position, from this position, if you press up, left, and circle all on the same frame, you will hit the cutscene trigger for this cutscene, and you'll talk to this lady, both of which will paralyze you. So the most consistent way to press up, left, and circle all in the same frame is to open the menu, and then while you're coming out of the menu, just have those 3 buttons buffered. Boom, there you go. This is talking to the lady. The camera movement is the cutscene starting, and then the thing is, both of these events paralyze you. Clearing this text box up here unparalyzes you, allowing him to move Sid. Sid moving back to the right here is part of the cutscene taking control of him for a moment, and then you get control again, and you can just leave the room. It's not faster to crash. No, it takes 6 minutes, like it takes several minutes to crash because you have to wait for the whole timer to run out.
I overbought. Doesn't matter.
All right. And now here is the reason for the Chocobo setup right here. Remember the cloud surfing? We're going to do it again, except it's more of a Sid surf this time. So brushing down here, it stored a certain triangle that he needed to hit. So that just like, and if you don't understand this explanation, go back to disc 1 skip from earlier in the VOD. Now, this Chocobo movement is unloading and reloading chunks in the correct order in order to make one of those mountain triangles a point triangle. And so now, when he gets off this Chocobo, the game is going to see that point triangle, and it's going to give him free movement in this chunk, which allows him to pass through the mountain and get back to our high wind. So there you go. There's how we avoid the soft lock of having skipped the drawbridge. Oh! Okay, this is really unlucky, but it's because he parked the high wind way back here. When you get out of a vehicle, you get 30 frames of movement. Technically 47. It's like you get 47 frames of free movement before the game gives you an encounter. So if you park the high wind right here, you can't get an encounter before going into Mideel, but he parked his high wind kind of far away. So here, he does his menu. And then, very unlucky, it's even this turn down that he does. If he didn't do this turn down, I feel like he might have even gotten in sooner. But either way, encounter on the frame in front of town. That's so it's very unlucky. Again though, this is the classic of example of yes, he got unlucky, but it's a skill issue that allowed him to get unlucky. You know what I mean? That's why like RNG versus skill are so intertwined in this game, you know?
It's really unlucky that you're doing that right there. It's really unlucky.
It is really unlucky, but if he hadn't parked his high wind so far away, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to get unlucky.
You fucking joking me. What the fuck are the odds of that? Oh my god. That's unbelievable. That is not getting
this is a PC, no wrong warps. So it's the equivalent of PlayStation any %.
I think I live, but my god, that's more luck than judgment. Why can't I do this? What is wrong with you?
Hang on a second. Did something happen on this fight that was weird? Because I feel like he was complaining, and I'm not sure what he's complaining about. So there's the hits. There's that. Oh. I'm not sure. I mean, that looked totally fine to me. No, you don't need to steal from him. You get the curse ring from him, and he already got the curse ring from the other side quest. Alright, now we go into very fast mode to get through all this. This one has any %, no wrong warps. Because the PC version has wrong warps that allow the game to be beaten in like 90 minutes. Is there any real use for curse ring? Oh yeah, it's like the best accessory in the game. It gives like 20 or 30 to every stat. And the downside of it, quote unquote, is that you begin the fight under death sentence. But the thing is that in a speedrun, a fight never takes long enough for death sentence to punish you. So it's just only a benefit. And then also, the death sentence is actually an extra benefit to you because Tifa has a weapon called the Power Soul, where if she is under death sentence, the Power Soul does quad damage. So with Tifa and Power Soul, it's just a gigantic strength boost and a quad damage. Unequipped for final boss? No, the final boss dies fast enough to where death sentence doesn't punish you. Because the other reason the other reason that death sentence doesn't kill you is oh, here's the weapon, by the way. So speaking of the Power Soul, this is the Tifa weapon, which he's purchasing right now. We do a technique called weight tricking. Okay. We do a technique called weight tricking. That makes it so that we have more than 60 seconds to do the fight. Because the death sentence only ticks down when time is flowing. So, or when ATB is moving. So we also use ATB weight to control when it's allowed to move. So here we go. So Tifa now has the Power Soul and the Curse Ring equipped.
Nice.
And so boom, she's doing mega damage here.
Okay, we have a limit, so let's back row and try and...
All right. Aqualung on that fight. Yeah, Tifa's pretty OP from now on. Hang on, what is he trying to do here? Oh, he's trying to S-mine Tifa. Wait, I don't know why this is. Okay, I guess we'll find out. So he wants Tifa in critical HP. So he wanted to kill Tifa because if you use a Phoenix down on a character, it revives them with the maximum amount of HP that they can have that's still critical. And the Power Soul also makes her deal double damage if she's in critical HP, and that stacks with the quad damage from Curse Ring. So that's why he wants her in... So that's why she died, was to put her in crit. I just don't understand why he wants her in crit right now. Like, because these guys die whether she's in crit or not.
Damn it. Okay, she lived, so...
And then it's really risky to have her in crit at the start of the carry armor fight. Yeah, I'm guessing he's just trying to go for a crazy carry armor. It's very risky, though. Especially because he used an S-mine. He used an S-mine to kill her. An S-mine is the perfect way to get her into crit in the carry armor fight. But alright, we'll see if it pays off. We'll see if it pays off. Because, yeah, so for the record, the reason I'm questioning it is because he doesn't need to be in critical HP until the carry armor fight. And in the carry armor fight, it's risky to begin the carry armor fight with critical HP because he has 2 chances to do Lapis Laser right away, and either one of them will kill Tifa if she's in crit, and then he has to spend time Phoenix downing her. Okay, he got the opening death blow, though. It didn't hit, though, but still.
Don't kill Tifa. Thank you, Red.
And he didn't do opening Lapis. Alright.
Okay, no Lapis is exactly what we want.
It's still possible that he could still be gearing up his Lapis, but okay, now we'll know. He'll Lapis now if he's going to, after this fight. And he didn't. Okay, it paid off.
Fat damage. Okay, just don't kill Tifa. And don't miss. Nice crit.
Wow, the crit
Huge
too.
crit.
Oh, and then he lapises. He'll die if you magic breath, I bet. But you probably want to Phoenix down magic breath so that Tifa gets the experience. But I bet
okay.
magic breath would kill him right here, and that's what he's doing. Yes, okay. I bet he dies to this.
Yes!
Nice.
Good fucking call, dude. Good call sending that magic breath. I didn't want Tifa to miss the XP, that's why I didn't send it for the rest. I didn't know if it would die. Wow, good save. Big save. Okay, do that again.
All right, all right.
Yes.
So pretty cool carry armor fight there. And then Tifa just knocking these guys' blocks off. Good pincer fight where Tifa didn't die. Yeah. If the death blows don't... The funny thing about carry armor is that that fight goes like blink and you miss that fight if she doesn't miss any death. If she doesn't miss any death blows, the fight is over super fast. I haven't really talked about this yet, but diagonal movement on the world map is about 5% faster. So that's why he was sailing the submarine diagonally there. I don't have any inside info, Grumpy, about FF7 Steam, except for the fact that I think it's very reasonable to assume that it's going to be the Windows Store version, which is roughly equivalent to the HD console version. So, like, the version that's on PS5 and Switch and stuff, where there's, like, the no encounters booster, or the speed up booster, or, like, you can click the sticks to max out your stats and that kind of stuff. I think it's going to be that version.
Unbelievable scenes. No!
Uh-oh. Oh, okay, yeah. So, we gotta talk about this for a second. This is a quintessential garbage Reno fight, or Rude fight. The Rude fight can be so annoying. So here...
Don't sleep, don't sleep. Okay. That's terrible. I can't break the sleep. Now we're both asleep.
Yeah, so now both of his characters are asleep. They immediately put both of his characters asleep, which is fucked.
This could not be going worse. This wakes her up, I think. Please don't miss.
This grenade wakes
Please
them
don't
up,
miss.
so now they're both awake. So Tifa finally got her attack off. If this death blow hits, the fight is over. Oh, it missed.
Fuck.
And then because we don't have long range on this route, she can't added cut him. So instead, she added cuts a soldier. So 2 death blow misses doesn't even save us.
Unbelievable scenes. No!
Putting her to sleep again
You are shitting
is
me.
fucked. And he can't just do a regular attack from Cloud on her because Cloud has his limit break. And we can't use
what is
Cloud's limit
happening?
break. We need it later.
Okay.
Alright, so this grenade wakes her up again. He's getting ready to high potion Cloud because if Cloud dies and loses his limit, that's very bad, on top of being dangerous.
Fuck.
Second death blow miss, so now this guy dies. At least nobody can put us to sleep anymore because the 2 soldiers are dead. This killing, this
Stop.
not killing Cloud is very good. And there the death
Oh my
blow
God,
finally
what
hits.
awful fuck.
So there you go. There's how Rude can just absolutely fuck your run. Rude is super annoying. But there we go. Curing up Cloud is a good idea because, again, if he loses his limit, then that slows down the diamond weapon fight a bunch. All right. We can get through the rest here pretty quickly. Is it true that Rude won't attack Tifa unless she's the last one standing? Almost always, yes. There is another part of his script where he can attack Tifa, though. If he gets too low in... Like, once he gets to a low enough HP point, then he starts attacking whoever attacked him last, regardless of if it's Tifa. Alright. Here's this whole part of the run. Talking to old Bugenhagen. And then, because we don't have PHS, we have to come up here to rearrange our party. Get Red back in the party now that we're done being forced to use Sid. Yeah. Disc 1 skip makes it so that you don't have PHS. So we outside of where the game prompts you to change your party, we don't have access to changing our party outside of the High Wind. Alright. Now, there is, like, a thing you can do to do another cloud surf to run out into the ocean and save some time here. I haven't learned how to do that yet, though. Alright. An AoE versus Rude. Yeah, if you Magic Breath him... So here's the issue, though. So if you Magic Breath, that gets rid of both of the dudes. However, if you Magic Breath and then Tifa misses her Death Blow, she will then added cut Rude, and that will put him into the amount of health where he'll then counterattack Tifa and kill her. So you kind of have to... You have to go for the Death Blow and then Magic Breath if it misses.
Good. I'll mess this up because I don't know what I'm doing, and I'll probably give him a second turn, but it'll be fine.
So here we need to do 2 limit breaks in order to open up Diamond Weapon.
Wait, I kind of fucked up. I'll probably get away with it. I hope I get away with it. Yeah, I get away with it.
I'm not sure what he's getting away with. I think he just gave Diamond Weapon an extra turn is all.
Yeah. Fuck. Crit.
So here with proper weight tricking, we get you see Tifa gets 2 turns every round. So and he's got 3 turns of his chest being open. And only when his chest is open is he susceptible to the physical damage of Tifa's death blows. So essentially we get 6 death blows on him in the phase, and we need 2 death blows to hit.
Nice.
And there, 2 death blows hit. Otherwise you won't do enough damage.
Huge.
So now he wins the fight.
He should die even if...
I'm noticing he's using elemental fire on Tifa. That's interesting. So that means that he won't have elemental Rama on Bizarro. Hopefully that won't bite him. All right, there's Diamond Weapon. For inspired you to do the low-level Disc 1 skip that includes going back to get rid of Eris anyway to get lower levels total. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never really done or watched challenge runs, really. Alright.
What's the point of that?
So he just overhealed Tifa out of critical a little bit. We'll see how he handles that. Here's the easiest skip in the game. And we're on Hojo.
I fucked this up. I'm gonna leave a turn. Hopefully, he kills it. I'm gonna lose the tanks for not taking, and I can't have time after early. That's it. Hopefully, she's in crit and she lands.
Nice. Okay. So he had to open with red attacking Tifa to hopefully get her back into crit, and it worked.
Tifa's not hasted, so we still lose the turn, but at least this form's gone. We need to vaccine.
How does it feel to not push the P stream? Oh, I appreciate it every time.
That would one-shot Tifa. Maybe go that way.
We can double speed this. Vaccine on Tifa keeps her from getting any status ailments for the rest of the fight.
Right, it's gonna give you this. But the form is gonna be fun. Oh,
This fight's going pretty slow. She's missing a lot. But here we at least get the added cut on phase 3.
Don't kill Tifa, please. Why don't I gain into the anti-con? Oh, I've already got it, that's why. Whoops. Hopefully I didn't leak a turn.
Okay, hang on. Let me see how he's handling slow here. So Cloud is slowed, but not red.
Nice. Hit. Ah, please just die. Please be dead. Fuck. Tifa's probably dead. Tifa's definitely dead. Cover that shit, boy.
Boy!
Covers. Huge covers.
Yeah, very good covers
Aye.
there.
She wasn't even big guarded, man. Good job, dog. Save. Alright, save.
Alright, nice, nice. And there we go. Time to go finish the run after some cutscenes here. Yeah, I feel like he's gotten pretty bad death blow luck this run. Hang on. We got one more hard reset.
Actually, end of this too.
So here he's saving slot 1, game 1.
No, I know where I am.
Hard reset. Oh, that's true. Like it seemed like she was hitting the regular soldiers pretty well.
I don't got that movement. Yeah. It might work. And if even when it doesn't work, it's okay. I need to kill Tifa with Tifa. Yeah, don't bother with. Nice crit. Insane.
All right. Tifa taking herself out there is for the same reason that he did the setup for carry armor, which is that her being dead means now he can just throw a Phoenix down on her, and that will put her at maximum critical HP to prepare for the final bosses.
That's count last time. Depending on where this next battle is, I have to work 3 L2 or 0. If it's in a cave, we're kind of chilling on sets. If it's not, we might get into battle.
And yeah, I'll tell you the 507 that I had that I had before was pretty early on in like it didn't use a lot of PC specific strats and stuff, and so
What's up, MD?
I'd be interested in now running this back to try to beat this run. All right, Dragon Quest is going great. I'm finally making good progress in it. As in, I found out what to do with the mermaid, and now we got all kinds of stuff to do underwater. You got cheating or what?
There should be less going, unless it's too far behind.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. If you go left into just down left, it saves steps and it's faster.
I have to re-enter this screen for FD minutes.
Picked up the Dragon Quest games thanks to my streams? Oh, nice. I love to hear that. All right, and then here's a little bit of... So once again, the hard reset RNG values, and so that like run in and out right there adjusted in order to manipulate the jumps here. So the jumps that I'm talking about are these. So every time we jump down one of these rocks, there's a random chance to get into a fight, and that random chance is based on your field RNG, which is the same RNG that controls a lot of things like the animations in the rooms. And so the little run out and in that he did extra was to advance that a little bit more, hopefully to get to a point here where he'll get fewer fights. And Hog Nation, thank you for the 10 months. And it's also worth saying that that he knows to do the extra run out and in, because the hard reset, the Alt F4 jump back into the game that he did between the disc 2 and 3 parts, that resets RNG to 0. So if he resets RNG to 0 there, and then does Northern Cave relatively consistently, then his RNG here is relatively consistent. And as you can see, it's working pretty well so far. I think I've seen it before and he gets a fight here. No? There it is.
Wow, we got a long way. Promising.
You used the create save item and it messed up your save. The save crystal?
It's be way. Tifa.
Alright, so now here is where, so again, Phoenix downing Tifa now. She's at maximum critical HP.
Send it. Okay, we got this.
And yeah, playing the originals, my man.
Actually worked. Okay, don't one-shot Tifa on the first turn, please. Wow.
All right, very nice. No instant kill on Tifa.
And now we're not hasty, so we leave the turn. Fine, Tifa's still alive.
I think you might still get a turn here if you're quick. Nope. So save crystal glitch, I can go back and show. He did it here.
Should save time because of the 1 FD. I assume PB didn't get.
All right, all right. Very normal Genova synth fight here. I love the fast forward making all this run at like 60 FPS. Or, you know.
I can one-shot Tifa on the first. I don't know if he just doesn't do that. Yeah, 66% off probably.
All right, all right.
I'm gonna keep doing my turn now, but not actually. It's turn three.
So yeah, that opening attack, if it hits Tifa, it just kills her, which is super annoying, so it's good that he hit red. Now is when we get to Bolt 3. So this is the part where normally we level up Elemental and put it on Tifa here to make this Bolt do 0 damage to her if it hits her. However, he has instead used Fire Elemental on Diamond, which meant that it couldn't be leveled up here. So let's see if it screws him.
Because he gets into scary.
Oh, the miss!
Things.
Lucky, lucky.
He survives long enough.
It's not that lucky though, because the misstyle gives her like 50% magic evasion.
Fuck's sake, bro. What am I doing? We're gonna lose like 30 seconds there, and then it's just gonna get wet.
So yeah, I mean, the fact that she has 50% magic evasion and it's only a 1/3 chance for him to target Tifa anyway,
Okay, he died somehow.
it feels like he targets Tifa every time with Bolt 3. But if it is a 1/3 chance, and then also she has a 50% chance to dodge it, it does kind of make Elemental Ifrit on Diamond Weapon a little bit more tempting. You can load the save, but you can't leave the final room? Huh. I've actually never heard of that.
Because hold on, Midgar. This can go very wrong in multiple ways, but with a bit of luck, it'll be fine.
So, as I was talking about earlier when we were talking about death sentence, by the way. So notice right now he's queued up Tifa's death blow. He queued up Big Guard, and now he's just sitting in this menu. And the reason he's sitting in this menu, one of the reasons, is that that's keeping ATB in wait, which is keeping her death sentence from ticking down. That's one of the things it does, is keeps the death sentence from ticking down. But it also is keeping Sephiroth's ATB at 0 after his turn ended. Now Tifa's ATB is 0 because her turn ended, and his is still 0 because he's been in the sub-menu this whole time. So nobody has been gaining ATB. And now Hasted Tifa is faster than Safer Sephiroth, so he's able to hold circle after putting through this destruct. And that gets Tifa a second turn before Safer's next turn.
Don't kill Tifa, please.
So that is the wait trick, and it is absolutely required for
Please, sir.
for speedrunning. It's one of the most important tricks in the whole run.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Cloud is dead. Now, this would be a problem if Red didn't have the ribbon on.
Red has a ribbon.
But he just said Red has the ribbon on.
Paralyzing.
Because this attack always hits the character that has the highest HP, and it paralyzes them. But Red has the ribbon, so he won't get paralyzed. If he did get paralyzed, then we wouldn't be able to wait trick Tifa's last attack, and then we'd get supernovaed. But instead, there's the final attack,
Yeah, boy.
and he's dead.
We didn't leak a turn on the most.
If you miss any wait tricks on that fight, you get supernovaed, because without long range, you can't finish him off. For wait trick, you stay in the selected menus for another character. Yes. If you haven't seen my ATB, my YouTube video all about ATB, that video explains it very thoroughly. With a extra visual as well. Boom, and there it is. All right. GG to Zergu. Real quick, I'm going to give him a shout out to those on Twitch. If you enjoyed his run, if you want to follow Zergu's speedrunning in the future, definitely be following him on Twitch. Here's another thing that I say to do. If you guys are ever looking for an FF7 run to watch, then go to speedrun.com/FF7 and go to the streams tab right here. Boom, streams tab. We got Sleepy Jake's running right now, Chef Bomb is running, and Okamikaze. We got 3 other people running the game right now besides me doing this stream. So this is a good place to find FF7 runs if one of your guys isn't already on. But all right, pop me over here. And then bring the video in. All right, and let's get our timing. Let's get our official timing. There's frame 1. And then last frame is the frame where the damage numbers appear on the last hit. Boom. And dude, by the way, the new frame counter, it actually saves your template now, which I'm very happy about. All right, and there we go. So the final time is 5:05:11.2. So let's go. Full game, PC, no warps, no turbo, Zurgu, 5:05:11. And all right. That is verified. There's the board for it. Not a lot of runs on this category yet. But that is the fastest for any percent, for no warps on PC. That's the fastest it's been done yet. And so I guess stay tuned pretty soon. I'm gonna have to do an any percent run. And all right, there we go. Yeah, maybe we can go for sub 5 or something, you know. Okay, here's all our stuff. All right. And then so I'm looking to I want to play Mio, Memories in Orbit, for the rest of the stream. However, I haven't eaten anything yet today. I need to find something substantial enough to hold me over for like a couple more hours for some more gaming. And then I can, and then I'll have dinner later. So give me a minute here, and I will be right back.
There they are. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Woo! 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 Yeah! Antifa's in critical health. What am I gonna do? What are we? Oh no, he didn't die and he's demon rushing and Antifa's critical. What are we gonna do? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. She didn't quite make it up onto that log, huh? Oh yeah, I mean, like, you guys can see him on this other camera too. I can just lift him up like this. Here he is. Oh, but you know what? That's because I didn't go to the place I was supposed to go to. I think this is a if people fail calm skip, it's because they're bad. Oh yeah, this guy, he's going right into the drink. Oh, there he goes. What the hell does brine mean? Water strongly impregnated with salt? What do you mean impregnated? Oh right, Cloud's dead. Oh, this was so long ago. Dude. Uh-oh, wait a second. He's gonna be dead on the next fight, too. Cloud was fucking hanging off the side of the Chocobo dead the whole time. All the party members were just like shoving him back on it. Oh god, no, come on, put the sunglasses back on him, come on. No, he's fine, he's fine.
We gotta get the sneak attack. Wait, did I do that wrong? Oh, that just crit. Ah, it's the mushroom cup. Ah! So, I mean, the cat's in the way, yes.
Oh,
but it's not
yeah.
really her fault. It was partly her, but not really. So she's here and she's on my controller cable. So I had to really awkwardly be holding the controller here while also reaching over her. And okay, so to start the timer for elevator manip, I hit my spacebar. I missed it. I missed my spacebar. I tried to hit the spacebar and I just prodded right here instead. See, that is exactly why earlier in the stream when we were talking about the usage of tools and what's legitimate and what's not, and somebody said it's up to the runner to correctly pilot the tools, right? You might scoff at that, but no, there you go, right there. There was an entire run that died because I missed my spacebar. All right. Let's get going on some gaming. Gaming time. There's a new indie Metroidvania out. It's called Mio Memories in Orbit. Real quick, you know what? Roll the intro. Hit it, Johnny. All right, we're in there. We're back again, and we're back with more Mio Memories in Orbit. This game has been fantastic so far. So let me just let me redo my stream title real quick. Actually, PC New Indie Metroidvania, and then we pop down here and we say Memories in Orbit, and then we save it. Oh my gosh, no, never mind. That it did the thing. It did the thing even without me taking off a tag. And then on the YouTube stream, here's the thing about the YouTube stream is that the stream will here's an interesting difference between Twitch and YouTube. If you change your stream title in the middle of your stream, Twitch will save your VOD with the starting stream title. YouTube saves your VOD with the ending stream title. And so, and here's the other thing I've noticed. This is just a thing that I've noticed about the difference between Twitch and YouTube streaming is that people actually watch the VOD on YouTube. The VOD does not get very much activity on Twitch. Some people do, but not a lot. Not as many. So the YouTube VOD, it's more important to keep the stream title as representing the entire stream rather than just what's happening now. So I just gotta add on to the end. Then new indie Metroidvania. There we go. So now it'll say that. And okay, there we go. We're back, and we're gaming. Almost. I got one more thing to do, which is that, and then it's I forgot to have the game soundtrack going this whole time. I don't hear it. Maybe we're oh, there it is. Okay. So here we are. I think everything is all updated. I think we're ready to go. Let's do it. Let's continue. All right, so this game has been super cool so far, and what's been going on lately? Oh yeah, yeah. I will for sure play more Kingsfield. You know, today I'm looking at this game, but Kingsfield was very fun, and I will play more of it. All right, so here's what we got so far for the map, and here's the deal: is as I've been playing, I've also been open with paint. Yeah. I've also been screenshotting the map and then making notes on it as we go to try to figure out where we're going. Have I already tried to use the Strider to get past the projectiles? I feel like I haven't. GTA 6? I really was not a big fan of GTA 5. So I don't know how much I care about GTA 6. I play two kinds of games. I play old games and I play indie games. I'm not super interested in AAA games. Oh yeah, we can access this now. I should probably go back there first, because we learned how to deal with force fields. So that's probably the first thing to do. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I loved GTA 1 through 3, Vice City. I really liked Liberty City Stories also, you know. And then back when GTA 4 first came out, I really liked it. All right, so here we go. First thing you'll notice about Mio is it has an insanely good art style. Like, man, oh man, is this a good looking game. It's actually insane. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a force field down here. So now we can do that? That's like the latest thing that we unlocked was the ability to do that. And then, what do we got here? Locked from the other side. I don't really remember these doors. I kind of got to get my bearings here again, you know? This was also locked from the other side, yeah. So, take me all the way up. Oh, and by the way, they fixed the thing that I complained about. So, when you attack, much like Hollow Knight, when you attack, it attacks in the direction that you're holding, right? And I was complaining that when you're holding down and right, the selection between right or down, whether it attacks right or down, was depending on which one you pressed later. So like so in your down right press with your fingers, if you pressed down then started holding right, it would attack to the right. But if you were holding right and then you started holding down and pressed attack, it would attack down. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that inconsistency. However, they patched it. They patched it just like I said, where if down is involved in your... If down or up is involved, then it prioritizes attacking down or up. So if you're holding up right or down right, even you know, no matter what order you press the buttons in, it will attack up or down. So I like that. That's good. That's how it should be. They fixed it. Have I never gone this way? I've just never gone this way? Oh, hello. Okay, hang on. These guys are... They give me a lot of trouble. But I can pause. Thank you very much. Yeah. Not yet. No. Just, sparkling water would be good, I guess. Yeah. Nah, I'm fine with just water. Yeah. I'm chilling. This enemy type has been the death of me so far, but I feel like I'm kind of starting to figure them out. Oh, except for that move. But all right, there we go. We got him. We got him. And then now here we go. Another one of these. All right, so for these, we gotta like, boom. Oh! Oh, okay, never mind, that worked. Okay, so this isn't where I was planning on going. But now that we've unlocked the force field, we can go this way. So I guess let's do it. Interesting. That just seemed less complicated than I feel like it could have been. Oh. Oh! Okay, I'm not noticing that I'm on dropping platforms here. All right, here we go. We gotta lock in at least a little bit. Damn, look how good this area looks. Well, I'd love to go back up because I feel like I missed something up there, but we're just gonna have to deal. Oh! My new ability just interacted with those guys. Interesting. Okay, I didn't expect that either. And then now I feel like I've missed something up there. Ah, but this... Okay, okay. So that is our first door, though. Alright, so... now we can go back up and around. There we go. So first shortcut opened, then. Whee! Alright, and then down here. Let's get off of this. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it kind of seems like when you hit stuff now, it, like, traces a target to something that's behind them, and then you do extra damage? Uh-oh, I got Mia wants to come up here. I've also got a corn dog over here, though. As my little snack to hold me over until dinner, I got an air fried corn dog. I'm giving it a second to, well, I was giving it a minute to cool off. But now, look at her. Now she's interested in it. No, that's human food. I usually have ketchup. I think mustard is, like, straight up offensive to my senses. Like I honestly feel like mustard is like a joke condiment. Like it was made to be disgusting. It's just, it's so It's so offensive to me. Yeah, I also don't like mayo. Mayo has a really weird bad taste to me. Mayo isn't as extreme as ketchup, but I don't like it. Remember purple and green ketchup? Yeah. I had a green ketchup burger one time. And look, this is the thing. I have a problem, right? I have a problem in my head. I don't think that this is like the way to live, but it's just how I work. I remember biting into the burger and being like, "Wow, that tastes totally normal, like I would expect it to taste." And then when I looked down and I saw green ketchup in my burger that I was chewing on, I completely lost my appetite, and I could not eat the rest of it. Even though I had already taken a bite and confirmed that it was fine, the visual of the green ketchup upset me very badly, and I was out of there. Couldn't take it. Mayo on an Eggo sandwich? That's like my sister. My sister loves mayo. And, yeah, she kind of overdoes it. But yeah, I'll usually have ketchup on a corn dog, but when I'm eating on stream real quick, I don't want to deal with, like, sauce and stuff, you know? It's just, like, when I'm in the middle of gaming, I don't need to stop and appreciate a meal, right? It's fuel, right? I'm just having a game fuel log right now, basically. I'll enjoy it enough to nibble on the Crispies on the stick, though, of course. You gotta nibble the Crispies. Whoa! Alright, we're back, but this time I didn't miss the thing. And then this time we can glide over here to not miss this thing. Whoa! This is kind of weird. Alright, there we go. We got it. And then now I'm almost dead. So now we got to go back to the spawn point here, which is just to the left. Yeah. So look how this force field mechanic actually kind of affects everything now. Like there, so now this guy's targeted, and now what? I'm guessing it just does extra damage to him, but I don't know. Wait, how do I get back up there? Uh-oh. I don't actually really fully remember where I am. Now we're in this room? This area was kind of confusing with all of its pipes and shit. Oh, hang on, I'm dead. Oh, nope, never mind. Okay. Never mind, not dead. Saved. I started getting fancy with my movement right when it was going to punish me. Dude, where the hell am I going right now? I don't know why I'm here. I don't know what... I thought I was just gonna go stop at the bonfire real quick to get my health back. And now I'm on the detour of a lifetime. But, like, that was definitely a one-way trip that we just took. It'd be nice if that crystallizer worked, so I could crystallize my dollary dues. Now we're in the lab. The no trespassing lab. Have I been here before? I mean, it's not mapped. I think before we ran... Uh-oh. Well, there's... Okay, hang on. There's enemies, and they're enemy types that I've never seen before. Oh, brother. Oh, God. It's Elden Ring all over again. Okay, now take me this way. I think I lost him. There's another one. Oh! Okay. That's fine. I lost a whole bunch of dollars there. We lost like $1,000 there, which is kind of annoying. But, at least we're back now. And I can go the way that I was intending to go. But, like... I just wanted to stop at a bonfire. A funny thing about this game, that's something that I actually really like about it so far, is that there are very few bonfires in general. Instead, the world is just, like, very connected. Okay, okay. Saw log. Oops. Alright, alright. Or no, saw long. Like so long. Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay, okay, okay. That drops those. I didn't really see that coming, that it would do that. Oh, okay, I saw it. We can do Strider power here. Boom. Bouncing on those guys doesn't restore your energy? Okay, okay. I bounced off one of those little dudes. I thought that that would give me my glide power back, but I guess not. Like, if we test that here, right? If I do this, and then we bounce... Yeah, look at that. This doesn't give you your energy back. What if you hit him normally? That makes it full? Okay, so you had to hit him normally. Gotcha. All right, nice, nice. I like this kind of thing. Let's go. I'm an idiot. I just missed him. I should just ignore the little guy and do that. Oh, okay, okay. I approached that differently this time than last time. That's funny. Last time I went over. See, doing the regular bounce on the bombs does get you your energy back. Like that. Boom, there we go. All right, all right. Oh wow, that was the very end too. Nah, he'll be... Oh! I have a feeling he'll be back. Oops. There we go. All right, all right. Yeah, I do like when games have like a nice flowing sequence like that. The way that Ori implemented it, I always thought was kind of annoying, though. The way where it's like... It's not like a sequence that you begin, and then if you fail it, you die. And then you kind of go back, and then you begin it again. Instead, it's like, it checkpoints you at the start of it. So then, when you die, it's just like you're instantly back in it, and there's zero downtime for you to think about it, you know? And like think about either what you did wrong or plan it out or anything. It's just like every time you die, it's just happening again. I thought that was really annoying. And the boss fights kind of do the same thing in that game. Or some of them. That's just a nitpick I had as far as my personal tastes go. I thought it was kind of annoying the way that it would be like, you would die to a boss, and then it would with zero hesitation, respawn you back into the boss fight with the boss swinging at you already again, you know? And it's like, fuck off! I'm like, let me think about what happened for a second. You know, it's why I like, generally, like a nice, like a decent Dark Souls run back, you know? Like, you kind of need the run backs a little bit to let the player kind of breathe and think about what they're doing. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta see what's going on the other way real quick. Like, what is down here? Healing basin, all right. That's good for me. And then that's all that's down here. Okay, perfect. However, oh, right, we just gotta... I kind of forget about the Strider power, you know, when I'm not, when I'm just coming back to the game, like right now. Because it's such a... It's such a powerful move, you know? You kind of Oh, okay, there he is. I thought so. I thought we'd be seeing him again. That's cool. They drop and then you can stride on them. I really like how this is done so far, where I feel like I can react. I'm not having to memorize this whole sequence, you know? Like I'm actually reacting to things like that. Oops, I didn't okay, that was my mistake. I didn't fully fill up my nice energy. I didn't fully fill up my energy before jumping off. But yeah, I think that style of the sequence also feels really good, where you're actually responding to what you're seeing instead of sort of just memorizing each of the obstacles. But, you know, I can handle a little bit of both, you know. I do talk about how great Battletoads is. And that game's a lot of both. Alright. Oh, they're doing this? They're doing this move. He's scared of me now. Look, I'm not that mad at him. I'm not so mad at him that I'm gonna just kick his ass. I thought the sequence was fun. Weren't we just playing? Alright, we're kicking his ass. Get out of here. Okay. So hang on real quick. I gotta go back here a second. So this locked from the other side. Yeah. I can't tell if Strider is faster than just regular walking or not, but it feels like it is. Okay. Junk piles are just, you know, money. Don't even need a heal. All right. The pit. Well, that was quite a bit of money to just randomly find, 700. Right now, I'm trying to save up for an item that costs 10,000. So 700 is a nice dent in that. But okay. Am I supposed to believe that's all that's around here, though? I mean, aren't we kind of locked in here right now? So I might be fully missing something. Can I bust this? Because let's check again, because I'm pretty sure I actually can't leave. Can't reach up there. Nothing up here. We got a door that's locked from the other side. And then... Can't get through that either. That's where we came in. Gotcha, gotcha. I'll tell you, Azeel, this is a no-help type situation. You know, because I don't like just getting answers from people. Because, you know, that's a not a super exciting... Okay, wait. I think I see something here. Just not a super exciting way to make progress. Okay, it looks to me like we're supposed to do this. There we go. And now we are where we ain't never been. The lab. What do we got? Ooh, another candle. Okay. I've forgotten to turn in my candles. I'm not sure how many, like, I don't know how many there are, but I feel like I've got, like, 3 to turn in right now. You turn them in at, and they seem to be very significant. Like, a candle being the entire reward, for that, I can believe. Because I have a suspicion that getting all the candles has something to do with, like, either overall progression or at the, you know, maybe, like, good ending, bad ending kind of decisions. Okay, this is where we dropped down to. So then to the right is where we go back up. Whoops. All right. Gosh, I love the look of places like this. This is so cool. Alright, so if we go straight across, what do we find in here? Because it looks like there's stuff to explore down in that room as well, but, you know. Aha! Locked from the other side. Okay. Oh, look at this, though. Hello. So these, this game is called Memories in Orbit, or Mio. So these guys, they upgrade, you know, essentially like the bonfire things. So that guy will go hang out on one of the bonfire things, and oh. We're in, like, low gravity zone now. Okay, this is unexpected. Hang on, I feel like we're opening a can of worms now, and I need to come back here, you know? Yeah, I'm loving it so far, Scrub. Loving it. Yeah. So that's a whole can of worms up there. I will go back up there, but I wanna look at the bottom of the lab room first a little bit more. And then before that even, I wanted to see if there was anything down there to grab. Okay, no. Alright. So show me down here a little bit more. All right, what do we got? The Pearl Record. Consigned words of a pearl recorded through the network. We are stuck. Whether by design or by accident, we are now stuck in these motionless shells forever. Noden seems surprisingly calm about it, considering he's the first to be impacted, but he's nothing more than a fool. No one shall escape the consequences of these events. The danger starts now, and it comes from ourselves, from the legacy of our fragile, frustrating, and once mortal minds. We weren't meant to be to last more than a few centuries. Apathy, paranoia, dementia, frenzy, those are symptoms of our slow degeneration. Those are symptoms our slow degeneration will spark, given time. I can delay them, however. The first step will be to gain the ability to move once again. All right. And oh yeah. I'll just show you the type of person I am. I'm taking screenshots of the map as I play and making little notes everywhere about, you know, things that I can't quite explore yet or that kind of thing. And yeah, the Strider ability makes it really fun to explore everything, you know? You feel like a little bug. Crawling around. And I would say, I think that this area has fewer enemies than the rest of the game has had. So it is a this area thing. But I also overall agree, though. I also think that, I feel like this game does have fewer enemies than something like Hollow Knight. All right, well, let's get back to the low grav area. So yeah, this is really cool and super unexpected. So here we go. Oh, I always forget to let my energy fully recharge instead of just thinking that once I tap the ground, I can fully glide again. Okay. Whoa. Oh. A door that's not locked, huh? A shuttle that just works right away? Alright. Oh my god, this is where we are? Wait, what? Hang on, maybe there's just two of these. Because I thought that this was... Here we go. Here. I think... Ooh, this is very interesting. Attune me, baby. Okay. Whoops. What happened to the map? Yeah. The map loops. Holy shit. We have just discovered that the map loops left to right. That's so cool that that is so cool that that's not revealed to you until you naturally find it. Holy shit. It's also really, really clever that they put this here. This is something that you'll definitely remember because it's weird. The roots are too far away for you to get them. There's like nothing else that's like this. So you instantly recognize it when you're in this room, that this is where, that you're in this specific room that you've already been in, you know? Wow. Okay, that's very cool. All right, all right. So now we've got this shuttle that already functions. That's gonna really complicate my personal map, huh? But okay, let's see what's down here. You know what's a thing that I'm also just generally really liking about this game, and this is a very personal thing, but I generally just a feeling that I really like in games is when you are tiny and you're moving around within something that's very large, and you're moving around parts of it that aren't necessarily designed to be moved around in, but you're tiny. And a really good example of this, the game that made me realize that I like this a lot was Destiny. Particularly the raids in Destiny were always like you were moving through some massive structure, and you were just little dudes that were like jumping on pendulums that were swinging, or like, you know, there would be like a big structure that would have just like a trim cut in it, right? And you'd just be like running along the trim, you know, not on like a path made for people, but that's just what you get around in, you know? And then this game is kind of doing the same thing right now, right? Like going through this, moving, like it doesn't, like this isn't made for a dude to move through it in the world of the game, but like we're a little dude and we can get through it, and I just like that feeling. Okay, more of this. I've not played Blasphemous, but folks do ask me about it like every day, so maybe I should play it. Here's Samsk. Interesting.
The rat.
And we're back to the hand.
Persistent little fellow. A mistake to rectify. Fortunately, I made the perfect tool for this.
Oh, yeah? Anti-rat weapon. Oh, we saw,
Let me see how you dance, rat.
Okay, okay, here we go. It's boss fight time. Okay, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I tried to do the dodge there, but I missed it. Interesting, interesting. All right. Now, I did just lose a bunch of money again, but, you know, whatever. Okay, so now... What was this? I kind of want to get back in here now because there were some other things to it, but... Okay. I'm also curious about over here. I'm not necessarily jumping to rush to that boss fight because, I don't know, there's just other exploration stuff to do right now. So I'm allowed to go up this elevator? No, we're on the wheel right now. Okay, we can only take it down. We can't go up. Gotcha. It's interesting. I didn't even know Blasphemous was a Metroidvania, actually. I thought it was just an action platformer. But then whenever I'm playing Metroidvania games, people always ask me about it, so I guess it is. Okay. Oh, it's also interesting that this room didn't expand on the map, even though I went down in that room and we went across the bottom. And isn't that how I came up in here? Am I nuts? Or did that not happen? This map wrap really threw me for a loop. Alright, I guess it's boss time, because I don't really know what else I'd be doing right now. Alright, let's go. I mean, we did unlock fast travel here. And so I guess I actually could get back there pretty quickly. I kind of want to do that. This, like, I'm so curious about the area that I just went through that I want to kind of look at it a little bit more. So that's like the upgrade. This dude that I found, and I said that it like upgrades the bonfire. It upgrades it by turning it into a fast travel point, you know. Yeah, I'm really liking the platforming in this game so far. It's, you know, like maybe people are saying it's a little floaty, but I mean, I think it's I think it feels really good. Okay, so yeah. So we can just go down here. Hello. Oh, to blasphemous. Gotcha. Okay. A little bit more whoops! A little bit more precise than that. That was kind of weird. Wait a second. Look at this. This is kind of a funny, like, almost looks like a bug. If I just tap left here. Oh, maybe I was still in iframes. Okay, I was still in iframes is why that happened. Gotcha. Okay, I think I gotta bounce on this, then I can hairpin. There we go. Oh. All right. And now we can hairpin back up. Oh, I just didn't double jump. Okay. Yo, Barrows. Alright, get me back in there. So glide me, bounce me, hairpin me, drop me down. Take care of that guy. Hairpin me back up, properly jump this time. Oh, hello. What do we have here? Launch from the other side. Oh, okay. And then... Okay, so is this... There we go. So we've... Hang on, have I opened this door or not now? No, gotcha. So now, am I able to, like, go send you up and then jump off? Oh, no, because it puts a floor here. Gotcha. So you can't just jump down the shaft and go back in that hole. And yeah, it's funny when games have their optional stuff be their best stuff, you know? It's an interesting, like, game design conundrum to me. Because it's like... You want to reward players who heavily explore with the best stuff, you know? But at the same time, a lot of people won't see the best stuff if you make it hidden. But yeah, games like Hollow Knight, for example, I think all the best stuff in Hollow Knight is optional, and that makes it kind of weird when you talk to people about the game, because it's like a lot of people that you talk to won't have done the best stuff in the game, you know? Oh, wow. Oh! I think I need to get under that blade. Like that. Yeah. There we go. I'm an idiot. Oh, man. It's like I get down there and I go, okay, so there's a big slammer there. And then, so, you know, don't stay under the slammer. And then the moment that the enemy comes out, I'm like, all right, now go hit that dude. Apparently regardless of whether he's under the slammer. Another, like, example that pops out to me as far as, like, the question of, like, whether the best or hardest stuff should be optional is, the game The End Is Nigh. That game did it extra kind of weird in that, all of that game's, like, most precise, best platforming stuff is not only optional, but it's part of a game mode, or like a part of the game that also looks way different from the rest of the game. As in, it's the cartridges, you know? Like, The End Is Nigh is a game that has a visual style, it looks a certain way, and it looks great, by the way. It's one of my favorite looking games. But then it has this other mode in it where it's all about, you find these cartridges around the world, and then you play these, like, faux 8-bit levels. And those are the levels that are all the hardest challenges in the game, and they're all really great, but they're in this not as good looking faux 8-bit environment, you know? And it's like, man, these should have just been they should have done something else, I feel like, for these, but I don't know. When more Kingsfield? Dude, people are into Kingsfield. I'm glad to see it. But the answer right now is, I don't know. Okay. I'm thinking, you know, maybe next stream, which is going to be day after tomorrow. Because I stream every other day. Okay, okay. So now pop up here, boom, and yeah. Okay, so now what's going on with you? That's what's going on with you. Okay, okay. Works for me. Oh, okay. Kind of lucked out on that. And there we go. Now we've opened the shortcut. Locked requires access code, and we're 1 out of 6. I have an access code? That must be this. No. Oh, fragmented serial number? It must be this? Fragmented serial number, 1 out of 6? Huh. Very interesting. Okay, well, we're gonna be back here. Look at this place. I didn't even comment on, like, the traces in the back and stuff, and how, you know, this big time looks like a very special area. There's another one of those things there. Hang on, now I gotta see if I missed another thing. Okay, so if we go down 1 spot, is there something like directly to the right that we can interact with? What is this really? There's a pipe is what it is. So maybe this is something like we'll be able to. Maybe this is something that opens at some other time. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Well, now I'm here again. Whoops. I guess we can just do that. Instead of dropping down. The bottom spot was actually kind of a secret, it looks like. Woo! Ah. Did the old pogo up into something above me. It's kind of interesting in Hollow Knight when you do like the Path of Pain, and having like high range on your weapon can actually kind of screw you because it lets you do that way more easily. All right, well, I'm glad I checked that out because that's a really cool thing to think about and, you know, keep in the back of our head as something to explore later. And so that's probably what this is also, is just like a pipe. But then over here, we've got a little bit more stuff too. I feel like I need to write this stuff down. What's going on in those spots. Well, once again, I'm in the predicament of only having one or like wanting to go back and rest at this bonfire up here again. Wait a second. Can't I just stride up there? Again, it's kind of, yeah, it's kind of weird to be able to just climb walls. That's all I had to do way earlier when I lost that fucking $900 dues or whatever. Just because I forgot I could do that? Oh, dude, that's funny. Okay, so now, I just want to see, I want to be reminded what's down here. And what the issues were with the locked doors. I'm pretty sure they were both just locked from the other side, right? Oh, by the way, though. Oh, she's gone now. Isn't this a cool detail? The boss that we have to fight for the hand used to be right here. And then there's her design dock. It'd be pretty neat if you could get some kind of clue to her boss fight from that page. But that's really cool that she's gone now, because now she's in the boss arena waiting for us. Okay. Oh yeah, this place is different now that I'm not getting chased. So right here, before, is where we did a glide. So I actually can't go back now. Interesting. I would have to go back from the other direction. That's fine. That's closer anyway, really. Well, except there's also this, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back up there, but we'll find out. Okay. It feels like a slow progress day so far, but I think we're doing very important stuff. Alright, so if I sit down here, and then take me back this way. Sorry, what intro? And Junge! Yes, yes. Catch you next time. Alright, so are we able to go back up here? Yeah, and then this is back into the low grav area. Back down in the hole. Feeling so small. I want to fly. But my wings don't feel so did I don't know the words, dude. Okay, so this one is locked from the other side, confirmed. I think they're both locked from the other side, but I need to make sure. then also in this room back here, it was... Oh, hang on. Where am I? It was reported that there was something above us. Yeah. Oh, right. This is just where the guy fell from. Okay, yeah. And we can't stride up there because the doors are too high. Nothing to hairpin onto. Okay, good answers so far. This door also locked from the other side. And then we can't go back up from this way. Okay. So I think I'm ready to map this place out. Here so far. Okay. Right, this is this spot. I was gonna say, I feel like we've gone too far to be able to stride back, but right, there's the energy flower in the middle. Okay. So yeah, exploration has already been good in this game, but the kind of the map wrapping reveal was then really cool as well, and kind of has put a new dimension, a new excitement on the game. And now, is the broken finger gone too, or was that over here? The broken finger is also gone. Interesting. Okay. So let's figure this out. That part looks the same. Okay, so we'll do like this. Is a little bit annoying that this covers up my existing note. So I have to redo that, but okay, that looks right to me. You know what, we gotta redo both of these notes anyway. So maybe we'll... Here, just give me something like this. I can't tell if it's this or this. think it's this. Okay, and then we can make the too far away note again. And then for locked from the other side, we'll just put an arrow that says we can only come from that way. This is also locked from the other side. This is too high. Okay, okay. Oh, and then the other thing was that right here is also kind of a one-way. All right. And yo, Eric? All right, and now here's the weird part, is that so this wraps back around to this. So I need to figure out, like, the most appropriate place to make the split. But let's do that now. So if I was to do this... Wait, no, I have nothing to line up if I do that. Rather, if I do this... Okay, okay. So now... we've got some information over here that's going to be redundant at the moment, but now we're also... Oh, and now I do want to do this. Okay, sorry, it's like a puzzle of how to best stitch this map together even. All right, because now... we come down here with this. I'm not sure if I... Okay, that does look right. Okay. So now, where is the split? I'm going to say the split can be right here. Or so. Like, if we take that off, then that's like all of this is gone. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, okay. So now, now that is done, we've got all this. This doesn't seem to give us access to be able to go up yet, but hopefully I can just remember that, because that seems too hard to write down. And then this, we need 6 access codes. All right. And then this up here was also too high, I remember. Okay, I think that's everything marked down for down here. I would like to try to figure this out. However, we can't go from this direction because of this spot. And we can't go from this direction because of, like, there's something here where we can't really get past it right now. So, alright. Boss fight time. How many dollar dues do I have right now? I have 500. I really got to stop losing money. So, let me also real quick consider a crystallizer. If we go here... Oh, this one is only linked to that one? That's also interesting. Okay, okay. I wonder if they will connect to each other later. You know? Okay, real quick, I just want to find a crystallizer for my current money load, and then I can and then I don't care about losing money after that. Looks like there's one. Oh yeah, there's one really close. All right, cool. Yeah. There's old Mel again. Whew. It's nice to be up in the upper world for a bit again after spending all that time down there. Okay, so there should be a crystallizer to the right here. There we go. And this is simply my due diligence, right? In making an effort to not lose all my money all the time, and you know, get the $10,000 item in a somewhat timely fashion. But it's funny how that's the kind of thing that you have to worry about less and less when you do like replays of a game, and like things that you're really worried about the first time you kind of aren't worried about at all the second time. Mio, what a relief to see you. The tremors, they're gnawing at me. Each and every time they happen, I lose contact with the world. I see you flicker and die, like a million other machines. But you and I wake up. Others aren't so fortunate. Our numbers are dwindling. Soon we will be the only ones left. I remember now why I stepped down from the Nexus, abandoned my functions, cast off my senses, isolated myself. But yeah, I'm trying to think of like a really specific example, but I feel like there's just games where, you know, the first time you fight or you play them, you're really concerned about money the whole time. And then the second time, it's like because you didn't die at all, or at least significantly less. Well, I guess Hollow Knight's a great example of a game where like the second time you play it, you're way less worried about money because you're not dying, you're not losing your money, and then it's like you always have it. So, we'll just pop a squat over here again to make sure that this is our respawn point, and then it's boss fight time. How do you guys like 360s? You know, we got plenty of games like Crash Bandicoot where characters do front flips. Not as many 360s. I remember thinking, you know, it was so clever in World of Warcraft, the way that Night Elves did front flips sometimes, but then Blood Elves did 360s sometimes. Alright, here we go. Onra. Oh, okay, I was just way early on that. Yep. Oh, I got lucky there. Okay, what's the play? Okay, she's doing that move. And then this is that one. I was just a little too late on it, but I knew the move. You can just jump over that move, though, instead of trying to dodge it, which is probably easier. Oops. All right, bring it on. I gotta see if that actually did damage. Oh, okay. I mean, it does look like her health isn't full. Oh, that hits further than I thought. Okay, right. When she drags like that, it's got a delay to it. Like she's a fucking Elden Ring boss. Okay, nice. This is a sweep. Nice. That's a delay. All right. Delay. Whirly gig. Oh, I forgot. Again, I forgot that the drop has distance. Oh! Hang on, hang on. What's it doing? What's he doing? Oh! Got him. Okay, now, wait, now she has a gun. Now she has a gun. What the fuck? Okay. Laser gun. Got it. Alright, this time I'll wail on her a little bit more at the start and see if she's actually losing more health right at the start. Because that's something I've been trying to figure out is like, are the bosses vulnerable before their health bar is showing? Last time I did one combo. Boom, that time I did two. Yeah, okay, so she's vulnerable right away. And I'm guessing that's the case for every boss all the time. That's the sweep. Oh, okay, that was, oh, right, that was the delay. All right, now she's sweeping. Oh, but I jumped too early, so she swept high. Interesting. That's the combo. Oh, that's the delay. Okay, that's the drop. The drop has distance. The dream drop distance. Whirligig. Oh, she's invulnerable while this is up. That's what the mechanic. I wasn't sure what this thing was actually doing, you know. Okay, that's the sweep. There we go. Okay, now she has a gun. So in the center. Ah, okay, okay. You gotta get in the sweet 16s. All right, all right. I think I could have jumped there because I hit her. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Great boss so far. This game's got really fun boss fights. Whew. All right, all right. Let's do it. Okay, what are you doing? Whirligig? Drop. Sweep. Oh, delay. Whirligig. Dream drop distance. Combo. Oh! I got a little greedy there, but it worked. Okay. All right, all right. This is fine. I've played Binding of Isaac. I can handle moves like that. Oh, shit. Nice. Woo! Yup. Oh, okay, okay. Oh! So that's what we're doing. Get those three to hit the ground. All right, that's fine. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah! Woo! That's a good fight, dude. That's a fun fight.
Everything by myself.
Oh, 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 there's more. Oh! Oh, wait, 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 hang on, dude. Okay, okay. We got secret phase 2, so now we find out whether This is always the big question on a fight like this. Is that a checkpoint? Do we go straight to phase 2 now? Probably not. I'm guessing I got to do phase 1 again. Otherwise, this part doesn't really make too much sense. Yeah, okay. Woo! Alright. What is it? It's the drop. Oh, okay, I forgot about the delay. I forgot about the delay attack. Whirligig is kind of like Sly's move in Hollow Knight. Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked. That thing is happening where I just had a really good attempt, and so now we gotta have a really bad one, you know? It's just how it works. Yeah. A good attempt must always be followed by at least one bad attempt. So I noticed that the boss's name, by the way, though, wasn't the Hand. It was Dr. Halson. Okay, I was gonna say. Whew. What are we doing? The sweep. Whirligig. The drop. The drop. I got a little greedy on the shield. Okay. Let's just... Oh, right into him. Okay, I gotta be quick on that. So I gotta remember when she does that move, you gotta be ready. Oh, she didn't even get the second shield phase.
I will not bow to a rat.
Said something different dialogue that time. Okay, then it's like a sweep and a sweep. Gotcha. Man, I just don't even have a chance to learn the attacks, you know? Because I got to get better at phase 1 so I can actually learn phase 2, you know? Okay. That's the thing that can be a little disheartening in two-phase fights, is when it's like when you feel like you don't have a chance to learn phase 2 before you have to do phase 1 again, you know? But nah, we got this. Oh, that's the delay. Okay, I still got out of it. Okay. Sweet. Combo. Oh, that's the delay. Okay, yep. And drop. Sweep. Delay, I mean. Combo was the last thing she did. Nice. All right. What are we doing? Quickly go to the right. Quickly go to the left. Oh, I've got your number now. All right. So phase 1 hitless. There we go. Oh, man.
I will not bow to a rat.
All right. Okay. Fist pounds. Gotcha. There's the okay, double sweep. This is just one hit down. Oh, haven't seen this move yet. Okay. Weird. What? What hit me? Oh, she was, okay. She was doing damage to herself? With the slams? The slams were doing damage?
I searched for another way.
I thought it killed me.
Every scenario.
The chunks?
Death. The journey ends here for me. But for you, it may not. Take my voice, Rat. Save what can be saved.
Very nice.
I shouldn't be afraid to die.
To some degree, that fight reminds me of the Guardian Ape from Sekiro. In that way, I would say, yeah, that would be a good example. Dr. Hallen, the Hand. So Dr. Hallen and the Hand are the same thing. Interesting. Actalurkin, I hear ya. Thank you for subscribing. Okay. I kind of want to watch back the second phase of that fight though, to see, like, is that really the case that like her attacks, the slamming attacks were doing damage to itself. Okay, so like, yeah, look at this. So, boom. Oh, my fucking Twitch player. Like, boom. This slam does damage to her. And then like that, you see the damage tick? Oh, that's cool. That's so interesting. And then there's the keep away phase. And then this part, I just tanked a bunch of damage because I didn't know what the hell was going on. Oh, that does a lot of damage to herself, though. So yeah, you could theoretically do this phase of the boss without attacking her, which is interesting, you know. And then there it was. Oh man, again, right here, I thought that I thought that it hit me, even though I was nowhere near. But it was the boss dying to its own attack. But, here. What? What hit me? Oh, she was, okay. She was doing damage to herself? That's funny. That's cool. All right. Where were we? Right there? Back to the game. Okay, so now we're in here, and like, what have I, what up, Minin? Alright, so we just got this. Hallen's voice. Yeah, exactly. Like, I wouldn't have noticed that that was happening if it didn't get the kill shot. Okay, just had to make a big leap and see what's up there. How was Kingdom Come today, Minin? Whoop. Alright, so now I'm guessing the elevator is gonna allow me to go up here. Oh, no, I still can't go all the way up. Gotcha. 2 hours max. 2 hours max is a meme on Cherno's channel. Well, I mean, it's like, it's many years old at this point. It might not be. I forget. I think he was playing like 999 or something, and he asked how much time was left. Someone said 2 hours max, and he believed it, but then it was like 6 hours later he was done with the game. And then 2 hours max became the meme. But yeah, ready to finish that fucker. So you gotta be thinking about what comes next then, right? Like, you gotta be... I feel... If I were you, I would be raring to go. I'd have another game all lined up. Another game that is not first person, not an RPG, not medieval times. And yeah, exactly. I kind of hate that when it's like, man, I don't want to quit now because next time that I'm all ready to go, I sit down, it's time to stream or it's time to play games, and then I'm just going to be done with it in a half hour, and it's like not even going to feel climactic because it's the start of the day. Totally. All right. Well, I guess we go talk to the spine now, and then, or talk to, what's her face, and then And then there is another place to go. Still. There's another force field that I can clear. And then also, I haven't been to Metropolis in forever. So we probably want to go back there. Fatal Frame! That's right, that's right. I did already ask you that. And then Fatal Frame 2 is another one that they're doing a remake on, yeah. What's my note for that? I don't have a note for this? It's gotta just be locked from the other side, right? Oops. That's funny. Look at this. If I hit E and then and then scroll up to apartments, it works. Yeah. I think you can in the original Binding of Isaac, I don't know if they patched this, but you could select characters you hadn't unlocked yet by doing that. You would hit start game on a character you didn't have, and then scroll over to a character that you hadn't unlocked yet. Sorry. You would start the game with the character you had, but then while it was fading out, you could quick scroll over to a character that you didn't have unlocked, and you would start the game as that character. At least I heard that that was a thing. I never actually tried it myself. Oops. Oh, you know what we should do? We should go turn the candles in. Oh my gosh, why didn't I read what they were saying? Because look at this. We got a mod Gratitude. Restores an extra layer of protection when Mio stays on the ground for a short time. It costs 40 slots? Dude, I just need, I need more mod slots. It's like the #1 thing in this game that I need. Because what are we doing right now? What do I got right now? I have 65 slots and I'm using 60. You finally brought back the voice of the hand with you. Long-awaited reunion, if unexpected. I don't think she was ever ill-meaning. She was trying to help in her own short-sighted way. Trying to save us, the vessel, the mission. It's a shame that she never could take the others and what they accomplished into account. She could have done even greater things, but I suppose she is here with you now. Her name was Helen. Let her be remembered. Right, I forgot that they've, like, all had names. So she, Alright, so Dr. Halen the Hand. Remind me who the other folks were. The Blood. Oh, we don't get their names. Let's inquire about the Spine again. The Spine connects everything. He's at the center of the network and the true master of the Nexus. I am myself but a steward of his domain. So yeah, that's the only big guy we have left. But then, way up there, we gotta turn in the rest of our candles. Oh, I should go pop a squat real quick. Boom. And then I can't remember. There's that room just to the left of the spawn. Can't remember if it seemed like we got everything there or if it seemed like there was a secret there. Oh! Well, well. Okay, yes. So back in here, we've got the candles to light. All right. I've been waiting for this to turn into the shot that's in the trailer. Am I supposed to press something? Oh, I am. I feel like these haven't been playable before. The candles. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought that the previous candles were just cutscenes, though.
This fabricated world is aging. Crumbling.
You don't say.
Failing.
Oh. We do have
And
attack.
So am I.
Hang on, hang on. Hey-hoo, yeah. Almost. We don't have glide or stride here. Oh, just a moment later. Hey-hoo. I don't think we can get it. I mean, why would it be there if we can't get it, though?
We all are.
Oh, okay, alright, alright. It does, it kind of seems like in this little area, though, like, I don't expect there to be secrets, really, in this area. This just seems like the kind of spot of the game that's all, you know, you just run through a
Almost
spot
there.
while they talk lore at you. Yo, Pikachu. Okay, okay. Next candle. Oh, hello. You're back. Ati.
Did you know, sister? However broken and irreparable, the mind within a pearl never truly disappears. With enough time and focus, I can read some of Asma's thoughts. They're just fragments and broken loops, mostly. Ah, mostly. All turned towards you. I can feel the strength of the bond you shared. I came here looking for something else, a long-lost answer, but I realize now that I'm intruding. It isn't my place to stir these memories. You have my sympathies.
Lacking tribute? That was 4 candles already? Alright, alright. So I wonder... Ah, we can get up here like this now. Now we can actually get to some spots up here that we couldn't get to before. With the Strider. Hello. Okay. Celestial Bay entrance. Interesting. And then to the left is what? This, right. Okay, okay. We found a new area to explore. But first, I mean, I want to kind of finish exploring this area. Because I feel like this isn't really an answer yet as to what the deal was with the top of this. Oh no? I thought there'd be something more up there. Okay. It's funny, this game's soundtrack to me so far, it's gone back and forth between, like, you know, mostly alright to, like, really good. Like, this particular track, I think, is really cool. Alright, well, certainly we'll check out this new area here. I got a little bit of time to go in. Not a ton, but we will check it out. Okay, this looks like my kind of shit. Let's see, what are we even gonna do here? So we can do this, and we can do that, and that frees up our hairpin, but like... Well, I guess we can... And then we can stride. We can glide. Okay, okay. It looks like we're gonna have to go back through here backwards. Because, like, some of these flowers are placed in spots where I don't need them. But I would if I was coming from the other direction. Hang on, these are suspicious when there's flowers like this. Nice. Okay. Oh! Hang on, can I stand? No, you can't stand. Can you stride on... No. I swear I was striding on the red stuff there a second ago. But okay, alright, alright. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Here, let's hit this. Hit that, and then... Okay, yeah, we want a hairpin upright, it looks like. Okay, okay. Gratitude modifier? Oh, I forgot to read what it... I forgot to even read what it does. You know what? Let me go back and look. Because, like, I got too caught up in the fact that, like, it cost a lot of mod slots, and then I didn't even read its effect.
You don't have to be afraid of him. He's harmless. If anything, he's a bit self-conscious about his appearance. Used to scare the stars out of his patients when he worked for the old hag. Ah, let them be scared, I say. That's what keeps them on their toes. But hey, you, what do you want? We might well come from the same production line, but we're still as different as night and day. But hey, what do you want? I guess that kind of makes sense. I don't know. That sentence really threw me off. Anyway, glad to see that he's got out of the vaults too. Hope he can be of help. That's what he always wanted. Okay. Oh yeah. I did read this, and you know what? I should grab it because it only costs 1, so it's silly not to grab it. But yes, I did see that. Reminds me of like the honeycomb from Hollow Knight a little bit. Okay. Nah, I don't think so. For the platforming, I'd rather keep my setup on. 40 is just so many slots, and I can just get good at the platforming, you know. Okay. All right. We'll be back to where we were in 2 seconds. Actually, I'm kind of curious what's up here. I don't think I came up here last time, right? Huh. Yeah, in general, I'm much more the type of like make my weapons. Okay, so I've like kind of a. I don't claim to hold like super fast to any particular mantra, right? But generally, my style with this type of thing, oh, I get it. My kind of philosophy with this kind of thing is like my loadout should assume that I'm playing well. You know, my loadout should not account for me making mistakes. It should just optimize when I'm not making mistakes. Okay, and then we can hit that. Nice. Ooh, I feel like I took too long on that. Oh, my hand actually slipped. I panicked. Because I feel like I should have done that. Okay. Oh, I made a mistake. Hang on a second. There we go. And then do this. And then give me that. Hang on a second. I'm not sure how I was doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I'll make the decision if I have to. But I mean, for now, I'm feeling very good about the game and the platforming. Oh, I'm dumb. You just do that, dummy. The Strider is a power that still I don't immediately think about it all the time, you know? That like you can just climb on walls. Celestial Bay. Oh, this is the place that we've been seeing in the candle. Yeah, this is where we just ran through in the candle flashback. All right, awesome. Yeah. Very spidery. I like it. For sure. These two ways just lead to each other. Okay. Now that we're here for real, I really want to pay attention. This is probably the same thing where, like, these two ways just kind of wrap around the same way. And then now we can interact with this. During the flashback, I was like, why is this crystal here? Alright, very nice. Oh. I love that kind of thing, so that was there the whole time. Just that little hole in the wall. It's one of my favorite kinds of, like, kick you back out. Like, Metroidvanias always have, you know, the kind of one-way exit back into where you've been before, out of, like, a side path. But when it's not a one-way, and it's just a little hole that you could have gone in from that side if you noticed it was there, right? I love that. All right. Hello? Oh, hello. Oh, we're in low gravity again. Hairpin me? Nice. So early on in the game, we had ice physics, which, you know, really kind of changed up the feel. And then now we got low G. And yeah, I agree. Great ambience. Okay, I think take me down like this. Around and up. Oops. Okay, hopefully I'm not missing anything here, but this feels right, you know? Climbing up the busted glass tube. Oh, hang on a second. I did not have full energy on that climb. Because sometimes I'm finding it like the Strider is a little tricky to get to stick in the low G. I think it's if you jump first. You need to just start striding instead of trying to jump into it. Hello? Who's this guy? Musical cues like that are really cool too, where like, I'm not sure if I just happened to get to that part of the song just now, or if they triggered that part of the song when I entered that new room, you know? I remember Resident Evil 4 did that really well, where it was like the game would do like little musical effect, like stings when you went around corners and stuff. Oh. Whoops. Oh boy. Okay, here we are. The Eyes Remains. Stargaze. High noon, oh, I'd sell my soul for water. All right. So I wonder if something will trigger here if I've met some kind of other prerequisite. There's no sun in the shadow of the wizard. It's possible that this is just here for lore. I got a feeling though that like if there's something else that, oh, hello. No, there we go. That if I've done, are my senses tricking me again? I've been looking out for so long. I don't know what is real and what is not anymore. Stars and corrupted spots on my sensors feel awfully similar. It's so hard to focus, and yet, I think this is it. I finally found it. I need to share the news. Our journey is over. But yeah, I bet I gotta come back here after fulfilling some kind of other requirement. But alright, back down the tube. Yeah, they certainly nailed the atmosphere of this game. One thing I've noticed a lot about my own like enjoyment of game stories is that I kind of care more about atmosphere than I do about the like specifically the plot. So games like Dark Souls, for example, love the ambience, you know, or not ambience, but the like the atmosphere and the way that like when you play it, you kind of just like absorb a mood from the world more than you necessarily like think about the plot of you know what's moment by moment happening, you know what I mean? So like Destiny also, for example. Do you guys remember when Destiny 1 came out? You know, not to bring up Destiny again, but when that game came out, it was pretty slammed for its lack of story or its lack of plot, you know? But like there were elements of it that were very stupid, yes. Like in the final cutscene of the game in its original release, where like the stranger is like, "'Tis a day for songs and happy words," or whatever, and it's like, who the hell are you? I like the character of the game that is giving us the end of game spiel. I don't even know who the hell they are, you know? And like no one cares about the plot of what happened in the game. But the game had such a cool just like world and atmosphere that it took place in. Does this just open? Oh, that's where I came in from. That like I really enjoyed playing the game and being in the world a lot, you know, because there was so much stuff that you would look at and it would just like it would imply, you know, there was so much like interesting implications and things that you could kind of piece together that I thought was neat. And Hollow Knight as well, right? Hollow Knight is a game that isn't like super clear all the time about exactly what the plot is, but it's got a hell of an atmosphere all the time to enjoy, you know, and just kind of absorb the mood, and I really like that. And this game is also nailing that, is my point. Is that, yeah, I really like the mood. Okay. All the lore was on a website or something for Destiny? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is that, like, I didn't care about reading the lore or what was happening in the cutscenes. What I cared about, though, was the environment that you were in and all the visual storytelling of the environment, you know? And, like, the placement of enemies and that kind of stuff. And, you know, oh, we're fighting this boss of the strike in this environment and that kind of thing, right? There's a lot of stuff to absorb, and I like that. That's kind of why I like video games, right? Rather than movies and books and whatnot, is because it, you know, I feel like only video games can really deliver that in that way. I guess movies kind of can too. But anyway. Yeah, the original Destiny, exactly. You play constantly until Taken King. I did the opposite. I played original game, I played a ton, and then I dropped off and didn't play the two first expansions, House of Wolves and whatever the Hive one was. I can't remember the name of it. But then when Taken King came out, I came back, you know? And then Taken King, I played a ton. And then Iron Banner was after that, right? And then that was it, right? It was Taken King and Iron Banner were like the two. And I played both of those an absolute shitload. But all right, it's been a nice 7-hour stream. You know, I didn't get a lot of Mio in because, as always, the FF7 content took a lot longer than I expected. But really enjoyed my time with this game today. I will be back soon with more of this and more Kingsfield, you know. Oh yeah, the Eververse stuff, totally. When they introduced microtransactions, that was very shitty. And then that's also part of the reason I didn't like Diablo. Destiny 2, I didn't really like at all because it felt like the whole game was built around the Eververse and stuff, and yeah, you know. Your team was one of the first 50 to beat Crota. Nice. You know what's funny about Crota? I called him Scrota so many times that I started to actually think that that was his name. But yeah, what a overall, the first Destiny, what a great game, man. But yeah, I mean, of course, there were some things I disagreed with. All right. Real quick. Let's do the Gamedle. Hit me with the Gamedle. This is audience participation. If you think you know the answer, go ahead and shout it out. Let's do it. Because I'm not reading chat while I'm guessing. All right, here we go. It's a Lego game. Is this that new Lego Party game? Hell yeah. All right. First try. Nailed it. Yeah. Okay. Starting strong. This game actually looks kind of sick. I don't know if you guys have seen this game, but I watched Northern Lion play a little bit of this with his buddies, and here's the thing. I'm not big into I don't care about the Lego franchise. 0% of me gives a shit about Lego as an intellectual property. However, the mini games themselves, like when you're partying with your pals and you're playing Mario Party, Lego Party is like Mario Party, and I gotta tell you, the mini games themselves looked really fun. It seems like they nailed it on the minigame design, so the game actually looks legitimately very fun. Alright, next, we got just artwork. StarCraft? Is this just regular old StarCraft? No, okay. Could this be... I mean, this could be like some kind of 40k thing. So we'll just say like some random Warhammer 40k thing. Okay, no. It does, so this looks like 90s CG, and it looks like we are in sci-fi, right? Is this that game Max? The game was just called Max, but with periods. Okay, I guess it's not on here. This could be one of those Command and Conquer games. Like 3, Tiberium Wars or whatever. Look at this. This guy is from StarCraft. I don't really know of any others. Okay, here's the thing. I have no clue when the first Helldivers came out. Maybe it was really old. Okay, it was not really old. Or, I mean, it's not that. I'm also thinking, like, what was the first Earth Defense Force game? Probably neither of these. Nah. It wouldn't be that. This could be, like, some kind of... I kind of have no clue here. I'm flailing. I'm floundering. I got nothing. Skip me. Interplay. An interplay game, huh? I just have no clue. It was... Oh! It was Fallout, huh? Okay, no way I was guessing Fallout. Fallout Tactics. Huh. Interesting. Alright. Next, we have character. This is Catherine. From Catherine. Yeah. I recognize those anime thighs. Alright. We got keywords next. Let's go. Let's do it. Cosmo, Cygnus, Dragon. So I don't know what the word Cygnus means, so that poses a bit of a problem. Breath of the Wild, I don't fucking know. Houses, Knights, Pegasus. Age of Mythology. Phoenix Sanctuary Galaxy War. Phoenix Rising. What was that game called? Rising. Wasn't there a game called like Phoenix? Immortals Phoenix Rising. There we go. Okay, it's not that. Greek myth, cloth armor, gold saints. Rise, Son of Rome. Hope villain, team attacks, special moves. Do you guys remember Rise, Son of Rome, by the way? No? Yeah, it took me a minute to remember what it was called. Fucking... I got no clue, dude. Goddess. Isn't that a game? Gods will be watching. I don't know what that is. Okay, story chapters. Anime cutscenes. Based on anime. PlayStation exclusive. Unlock characters. Large enemy groups. I'm starting to feel like I should know what this is. Nah, I got no clue. I'm giving up on this one. Okay, no, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Saint Seiya Sanctuary Battle. A PS3 exclusive. Okay, okay, of course. Pope villain is a funny keyword. Didn't know it was a game? Yeah, yeah. Alright, now we got the tough one. We got the guess game. This one's tough. This one, you just gotta throw out guesses, and then it tells you what you have right and wrong. So, Final Fantasy 13. It is not third person or isometric. It is from before 2009. It is partially single player, but has other stuff. It's not an RPG. It's not an adventure game. Alright, so... Tetris. Wait, it is either action or fantasy. Astyanax. Okay, it came out after 1989. It's not on arcades. Wait, this says Astyanax is only on arcade? I have this game on Nintendo. But okay, it's not a platformer or a hack and slash. It's not a side view game. So let's get a first person game that's kind of in here. I mean, hit me with Half-Life. Alright. It is single player plus multiplayer. It is first person only. And it came out after 98. Okay, okay. We gotta narrow it down a little bit more still, though. And see if maybe we can get, like, a publisher, right? I mean, maybe it's id, so I'll just throw out Doom 3. Whoa! Okay, we're on to something here. So it's on the id Tech engine. It's a shooter, sci-fi, horror, action on the id Tech engine that's first person. Id made it, but it's not a Doom game. It's not a Doom game. But id is involved, or just Activision published it. After 2005, before 2008. I mean, I'm not really sure when Quake 4 came out, but it might be Quake 4. It's Quake 4. All right. Hey, we got there. Nice. Ooh. You don't... The guess game is tough to get, dude. You don't always get the guess game. But, like, getting it that it was... The fact that it was an id game made it a lot easier, you know? But alright. There we go. And then lastly, we have the guess the game. I've seen this before. I know what game this is. I feel like I know what game this is right away. You can, like, touch these as you go through them. Gosh, this looks familiar. But I can't exactly place it right away. I'm gonna say, why don't I even have a guess for this? Roa. That's not on here. I think I need a skip, even though... Yeah, hit me with a skip. It is Hollow Knight? Are you serious? I was gonna say it's not Hollow Knight. Oh. This really looks like Hollow Knight. One of the things that crossed my mind on this was Hollow Knight, but I was like, I don't recognize that, but it looks similar to what I'm thinking of. And then this was like, yeah, that really looks like Hollow Knight. Switch, PS4, PS5, PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series. Uh-oh, I might not actually know what this is. I don't know what this is. It's a platformer? Is this the new Shinobi game? It's gotta be. Which I have no idea what it's called. Shinobi. No, it's not the new Shinobi game, apparently. Wait, how is this not the new Shinobi game? I feel like it is the new Shinobi game, and they just incorrectly have not told me that I'm on the right franchise. Maybe it's called Art of Vengeance. Ah, that is what it was called. All right. How about that? That's funny. They usually tell you when you got the right series. But okay. There's a new Shinobi game. All right, let me look at chat. Super Meat Boy? Oh, that would have been a pretty good guess for the early one. But all right, yeah. I guess we got there. This one seems pretty obvious since it's a pretty recent game, but I mean, hey, if you don't pay attention to recent games, you might not have remembered that they made a new Shinobi game recently. And apparently people liked it. Like from what I heard, the people that I know that played it liked it. But all right, we did it, chat. All right, the game is still running. Whoops. All right. Thanks for watching, y'all. I will be back day after tomorrow. I'm gonna go get some barbecue. And then I will be back day after tomorrow with my controls. Yeah. I mean, they are these. And like I was saying, for Striders, it's it's numpad 0. Oh, sorry. I mean, it's this, right? And then Striders is numpad 0, but there's no like glyph for it. And then these two can be whatever. I don't even use these two because they are both from map. So like I have map on tab, and then if you want to see your modifiers, you just hit tab again, right? Or tab again for this. So like if I want to see my inventory, I just hit tab 3 times. All right. Thank you for watching, everybody. I will be back soon with more of this and also more Kingsfield. And then we'll do Dragon Quest at some point as well. JC is playing Wings of V? Speaking of precision platformers, speaking of my favorite games, I hope he's not ending his stream. His stream says to be continued right now. Do you think that means that he's coming back or that the stream is over? I guess we're about to find out. Alright, we got a raid going for those of you on Twitch over to JC. Also, those of you on YouTube, thanks for watching. See you guys later. Bye! See you later!